Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. Today we are starting case number 3 of Trials and Tribulations, and also beginning a new, well, completely blind section of the game for me. We finally made it to where I left off years ago playing through these games, and so now I've got no context for any of this from now on, basically, outside of maybe like the first couple scenes of this, at best. So I guess my save didn't save? Unless this is something... No, wait, where is this save? Is this new? Is this part of case 3? Okay, like I said, oh, this is definitely case 3, okay. I thought the save was wrong, but no, we're good. See, this is what I mean. It's like, I know nothing about what we're seeing right now. Apparently someone's getting, judged guilty for some sort of crime. Wait, what? That looked like Phoenix Wright. What do you mean he's the real killer? Why is Phoenix Wright killing people with poison? Phoenix, what are you doing? That's not cool. Oh, okay. Is Phoenix Wright gonna be on trial this time? Huh. Well, this certainly just got very interesting then. Wait, what? What is this? Wait, hang on. Okay, I feel like we're what? Okay, this has to be a dream or something. Where the fuck are we? I am very confused about what I just saw. Like, I barely had time to, like, comprehend what I was reading, let alone time to read it out loud, but, like, I felt like we were missing something there. Something very important. Something called context. I guess we're getting that context now. Was that, like, a flash forward? Is this, like, what leads up to that moment? Okay, I'm really intrigued at this point. The start of a new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be... Somebody, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. What the fuck is mistletoe cake? That sounds disgusting. Do people eat mistletoe? I know it has, like, berries and shit. I don't think those are supposed to be edible. Never. You gotta eat lots of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV, or playing a board game. Hey, pal. Did you get fired from the police again? Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal, you've got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Mr. Detective? A what? Well, yeah, have this. It's not really much, but, Yeah, thanks. Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Yes, I'm busted. That's like my first practical joke of the year. Very funny, pal. Let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. I'm sorry? Trounced? Let me see that. Defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal. About you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, then don't tell me you didn't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from anyway? December last year. Which I guess it makes it last month. Takes old news, you mean? Old news? How about news that never happened? I would imagine that Phoenix would remember being charged with murder in a poisoning case. I was involved in a poisoning case in December. Yeah, when was his last case? Like October or something? So what do you think of this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way. You don't mean... phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty. I mean, look, we only found one person guilty and he deserved it, okay? I doubt that was Phoenix. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when your hot sets start getting too full of yourselves? I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now. And that makes taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. So, wait, if this article is from December 5th, why is he only bringing this up now? Like, where was Gumshoe last month with this magazine? If there's a doppelganger Phoenix out there, why did it take him a whole month to get his hands on a magazine with an article about it? It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Jump by if you need something, okay, pal? Why are we only working on this now? Like, why did he wait so long to bring this to our attention? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? I bet it's the parrot. It's always the parrot. Or it's either the parrot, or it's that guy from the last game who clunked Phoenix over the head with a fire hydrant. Could be him too. Oh wait, no, he was found guilty already. But maybe he took revenge. Maybe he got out of jail somehow. Where are we going? Guess we'll start with the police. There's some things that can be said about this scene in the corner here. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure a killer is the right label. We don't even know who the defendant is, or was, or... This is so confusing right now. This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. Apparently old client. Wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. I think you're already ruined, according to some random magazine that nobody bothered to bring to Phoenix's attention. What? You? Oh, this is certainly awkward. How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? They put me in solitary. Haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you... Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird? Ah. Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. So now both times that these two have met, both times have potential cases of amnesia here. The first time was very real. This one only seems that way. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh, sure. Very funny. After the fifth-rate defense job, you came in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Is she gonna believe it, though? Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying that exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, why is she not working at the police anymore? So, how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. Maybe they didn't like the press attention from a policewoman almost being accused of murder. Or being accused of murder and almost, like, charged with murder. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? That's a fancy-looking restaurant. Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tribulations. Tribulations? Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. What the fuck? Where's this, like, cyberware coming from? And then... some ghost fingers came by and sprinkled pixie dust into the coffee. Right, of course. Classic tale. Old as time. One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just 1 sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked, I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I've never seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. I mean, if she worked there, it's probably just some random customer, right? Especially if there's 2 of them at the table. Like, how was she even accused in the first place? And then the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must always be attentive to the clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway. How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. Guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man. The one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know. But nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. In Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then... it found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. Well, okay. That's not helping matters at all here. What? A small bottle of poison. Why was that in your pocket? Did the killer, like, slip it in when you weren't looking? Reverse pickpocket? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. Yo, yeah, that's what it looks like. It does look like the fucking, the Scouter from Dragon Ball. This guy's power level was so high, he wasn't even seen. He probably just instant transmission away from the table. That's why no one else saw him. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said. But I don't see how they could have missed him. I was the one who took the coffee to the 2 men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I thought they might have been in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look about him. Oh, okay. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a good look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No, MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man. Well, but ill like the victim, really. Did we present this already? Like, passively, implicitly? Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You're wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double I am there here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Oh. Would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passed it. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture. But you met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? Especially when he talked like that. I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay. So you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and... So the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Okay, this seems to be a running trend in this world. Like, no one bothers to actually look at people's faces, or their personality, or anything. You can get away with whatever crime you want and cover it up and frame someone else if all you do is wear the same clothes as them. Doesn't matter what you actually look like. There you go. Just wear the same clothes. If you're wearing a blue suit, you are automatically Phoenix Wright. This is something that we went over last game too. Someone apparently wears a top hat and a cape and you're now suddenly a magician. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? No, I think people are just stupid. How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney, so we should be able to get a retrial. Can we prove that it wasn't a genuine defense? Like, did this fake guy have Phoenix's badge and everything? Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? I mean, you have the real Phoenix right now. What do you think? My life has been full course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gone sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day, I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Xenop is really gonna pay for this. We're gonna need to work on that doppelganger's name there, Maya. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get Xenop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is. Right, the restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. All right, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Yes, I'm sure one of those two things is much more important than the other. Now, if she's been in jail for, like, the last month, I'm surprised they let her still wear her work uniform. Like, they didn't give her any clothes at all whatsoever. She's just been wearing that same outfit this entire time. Okay, how is... I didn't read this wrong, right? December 5th. It is now January 6th. You're telling me this table has been marked as a crime scene for a month-old crime that has been solved, and the perpetrator locked away. And yet it's still roped off. That table has not been touched for a month. I don't think there's any reason for that. Because first of all, any evidence that would exist there is now very old. And it's probably deteriorated. It's probably no good. How... Am I missing something here? Was something lost in translation? Like, why is there this, like, month discrepancy between when this trial apparently happened and now? The timeline is not making sense to me. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What's with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? You sure it's the flowers or it's the rotting coffee stain on that table over there? Are we even sure that's coffee? Could be something else that's brown. Yeah, I'm not liking this cook. In fact, that cook's, I hope we don't meet him. That's all I'm gonna say. Then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all into it. No one's coming to seat us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant, and it's open for business. That doesn't mean anything. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, that's totally how it works. Oh, you're not supposed to agree with that, Phoenix? Oh my god. It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. Probably says open or closed. Must be one or the other, but I don't know which since I don't know jack about French. Oh my god. Are we doing French puns this time? Oh boy. Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these personally. Let's see. A bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look, fine bone china cups. I never knew you were so cultured. Come on, Maya, this is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. And yet, he never watched Steel Samurai and never got its appeal. Can't believe him. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. You're calling Phoenix cultured and you don't even know that. You know, you're the only person who would ever describe a cash register in that way. It's a rack full of fashionable magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. Huh. MC Bomber. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros? $100,000? Maybe? Now, was this the same graphic in Japan? Because $100,000 is a lot more than 100,000 yen. I wonder what MC Bomber's supposed to be. This paper. It's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. Why is there just month-old everything around here? Like, I am tempted to look up this case on the wiki to see if there's like something I'm missing here. I don't want any spoilers, so I'm not gonna do it. But man, I need to know why this case is like... Everyone's acting like it just happened, but there's been a month since it happened. And yet everything is like... There was like a time stop for that whole month. Everything was preserved. Like Gumshoe bringing the magazine a month later. Like you would think that since he's kind of a friend of Phoenix Wright, you'd think that he would bring that magazine a lot sooner if it was dated December 5th and is now January 6th. Not to mention that the crime scene is still closed off here. She's acting like she just got charged with murder and just got put in jail. Like, I don't know what's going on here. This is weird. Dates from December 3rd, the day of the incident, found at Tribulations. Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic this sometime? Wait, why is this the same dialogue? Oh. Yeah, it looks stunning in some of those Parisian frocks, huh? Found that sports paper behind this magazine rack earlier. I'd better try to find out everything I can about it. Nothing else here? Okay, let's check the crime scene. This month-old crime scene. Rotten old crime scene. So I see the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape around it. That stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. Then why can't I picture you doing just that? You know she would. If there was, like, crumbs on a table, she would 100% lick them up. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. Well, I guess if the witnesses were, like, sitting over here, then that would explain why they didn't see anyone else. But then when the guy got up and left, like, you'd think these people would be more attentive. This table's set nicely. Just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think. Yeah, that's really, really good deduction there, Phoenix. I would never have guessed that it wasn't a sunflower, personally. Even I could have told you that. Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know. Dang, damn it, I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Cool, I love snow. Let me see. Weren't we just outside? Was there no snow when you guys walked in? Huh? It's not white. It's not even snowing. I got you. I was only kidding, Maya. Nick, there are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't. All I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. Got our hopes up for nothing. Is that everything that's here? Did we just, like... Looks like it. I think so. Okay. Well, where can we go then? Move. I guess back to the detention center. Wait, actually, would she know anything about this? That's an idea. Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Gustin Braun manage to defeat his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie. That paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. Gustin got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh. No. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. And maybe one of the customers left it behind? Yeah, one of the customers just, like, decided to stuff it behind the rack for no reason. They'd come pick it up later. Anyway, what I wanted you to is take a look at this scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir. MC Bomber. That was the name that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. Guess it was an MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So the $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? Someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. A Master of Kurin, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. But could it also have maybe belonged to the guy sitting with the victim? Possibly? So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Well, where can we go for that? I guess we can go back to... here. Maybe Gumshoe's back. Nope. Nothing new? No. Well, don't tell me we're supposed to go back to the restaurant already. Oh my god, we are. Ooh la la! Bonjour! Welcome to La Tribulations. Hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Oh my god. You know, I was just about to say that this was gonna be already better than Case 3, because, you know, it's not the circus. Even if there is still, like, a lot of walking around and backtracking as is tradition for Case 3s. I'm glad I didn't say anything yet. Bienvenue. Welcome to my petit restaurante. Huh? B Avenue? Oh no, my petite Julie. Huh? Me? Look at Z's face. Like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, no? Alors, you need Z's. An aromatic bath oil melange of L'Oreal and Love Rolls. My personal recommendation. You think I need what? Wait. Just add a couple of drops of this mixture to the bathwater, and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastic. Really? And voila, monsieur. Who? Me? Look at that face. Like the puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, no? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot. And maybe an hint of... oui. I will add the peppermint and le clarissage for a fragrance exceptional. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Oh Lord, if you will be seated, I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. My bien sûr. I know this already, monsieur. You are La Phoenix, right, no? Yes. You know me? Mais oui. I never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by a mysterious Zine E-Hop. Looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sort of impression Zine E-Hop's been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong. Enchanté. Oh. Okay, it's still better than case 2-3. So what does très bien mean? I know très, that means 3, right? No. Très bien is français. In English, you would say, very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactement. La atmosphere is très bien, and la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? Well, it would have something to do with maybe the fact that there's still a crime scene in this restaurant. No? Just me? My cuisine is not for... Some people, they do not appreciate la haute cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for a moment. No one has entered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am la chef. I am la manager. I am also a trained aromatherapist. Aroming what? A practitioner to aromatherapy, the art of soothing the soul with a delicate floral aroma. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien! It makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So, it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for coffee suddenly became ill because of the poison in his coffee. That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu, oui, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the table, they say? But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? So who's this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Mais oui, as usual he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was there. He saw it too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else in the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were two people. Mais mademoiselle, the lawyer, he could not prove this, no? About the lawyer, that was me I suppose. Mais bien sûr. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making stuff up? I think we just need to show everyone this magazine. You know, clear the air here. I am not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court that day was a little, how do you say, lacking, perhaps? Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool, though. Oh, oui, so handsome. Wow, I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you opened your mouth, the whole courthouse stirred. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. We found this sports paper in the magazine rack here. One of my customers must have left it behind. Do you have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, mademoiselle, I save for my kitchen. Alright, now I'll take that as either you don't want to tell us, or you don't know anything. Cool. Thanks for the chat. You don't have anything more to talk about, right? Nope. Okay. Well, back here, I guess. Can we talk about your boss, perhaps? Just a little? Oh, so you met the owner, Mr. Armstrong. He's, oh, how can I put this? Pretty unique, huh? He has a really intense aura, as a chef and a person. Yeah, he has a pretty intense aura, too. So, did Mr. Armstrong really not see the killer? Apparently not. Well, he's in the kitchen all the time, so I guess it's possible that he didn't. You know what? Makes sense. You know, if he's a chef, it makes sense for him not to show his face, so... I'll take it. Are you back yet, Gumshoe? No. Okay. Do I need to talk to you? So what's our first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Zin Ehop, I mean... I hope not. What kind of name for an evil double is Zin Ehop anyway? Nick, I got it. If you're gonna ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual? Or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client? But we already spoke to everyone, I guess. Okay, is there anything else we can present to Maggie? Actually, you know what? No, let's go back to Toybien. Maybe there's something else we can present here. Do we have, like, our fake me profile? Oh, you know what? We can talk to him about Maggie. That's a good idea. Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui. She was the suspect in the murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave to her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui. Blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was the prime suspect. After something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Mickey did have a motive? You've got to ask this guy for more info. Stat. I wonder how this guy talked in the Japanese version. Because it's you can totally do a French accent with English text, but I can't imagine how one would translate that with Japanese. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oh, oui. I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still being indicted for murder. Prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Oui, it is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Oh, there it is. Whoa, 3 right off the bat. Cyclops? No way. What are we gonna do, Nick? We'll just have to remove... what the... What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone. Wait, but then how did you see the Cyclops? Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby? Would you drop it? Wait, what if he stole it? How much you want to bet the chef pickpocketed him? Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting, was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you'll have to ask him yourself. Huh? Him? The old man spends all of his time down the park. Oh, a park. What park's that? Behind the restaurant. It's called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Je vous en prie, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Alright. Is there a chance we can also maybe get the Magatama back, or are we just, like, fucked for now? Maybe it's here. This is once again available for checking. Looks like Mr. Armstrong doesn't get any newspapers. Well, wouldn't exactly suit the feel of this place, would it? Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic like in those mags, Maya? Yeah, it looks stunning in some of those Parisian frocks, huh? Found that sports paper behind this magazine rack earlier. I'd better try to find out everything I can about it. Literally, one new line of dialogue was added to that. Wait, no. Where are we going? Examine. Slide. No Magatama around here that we can get? What kind of range does this magical artifact have? Because if it's not in my pocket, I would imagine it's in this building, but maybe not. Vitamin Square. Is everything just going to be... Yes, everything is going to be food related. I see. Vitamin C Square, more like it. This is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. You know, I'd probably play at a park like this, though. Looks kind of neat. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. Oh, no. I don't think those are seeds. My grumpiness threat level's just been raised to red. Do we really have to talk to this guy? See, I don't remember... I vaguely remember the chef. I do not remember this guy. I think this is, like, literally where I stopped playing. So, yeah, we've now reached the point. You know, before we talk to him, I'd like to examine things first. Maybe we'll get some evidence or something. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure. Finding iron fillings in the sand with a magnum's my favorite thing to do. Iron fillings? Wow, that's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So, did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think I came close, though. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron fillings I found from way back when. You want them? No. That's an interesting thing to collect. Iron fillings from sandboxes. Maybe you could melt them down and make something with them. This place is so fruity. That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. And that apple slide is perfect for you. And what is so perfect about it? Oh, come on. Don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on. No way. I'd get covered in sand if I slid down that slide. Anyone can see that. Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try to you. Oh, it's all the same. The birds. Hey, look, pigeons. Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray? Is that it? You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. Wow. Phoenix Wright racist confirmed. He only sees color. Ooh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings. You disgusting rogue picking something up something someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? That's none of your business. Sorry. Guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Now who's being a grumpy grouch? Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square, thrown away by the old man. Was it thrown away or did you just steal it? Hey, that's mine. Well, it's mine now. Look at this orange reminds me of what? That you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know. You don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, being sick in the winter is probably the worst. And yet, it's like usually the only time of year when I get sick. Alright, now that we just stole his magazine from in front of his face, I wonder if he's now willing to talk to us. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So, you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt. Go on, eat this! Excuse me, sir, can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations. Gah. It's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace. Disgrace? What is a young girl revealing herself like that? Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today. They don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you. Not 1 ounce. I would say her outfit is like the complete opposite of revealing, but okay. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? Well, first of all, we're not in Japan, so that's really all I got. What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. Your problem is your lack of any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. Do you go to Tribulations a lot? That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That old garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi? The tempura? The rice? So this guy's just like a 70-year-old weeaboo. Got it. Tribulations is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want a real food, not these snooty snacks. Did, like, someone kidnap him from Japan, and then he just didn't realize that he's no longer in Japan or something? What about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to their... Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. Gah, it's a miserable excuse for a restaurant at place. Miserable. He certainly knows the place. Must be a regular. But he hates it so much, why does he keep going? That's exactly why he hates it, because he goes a lot. That's how that works. The more you do something, the more you hate it, and the more you continue doing it. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Yeah, if you want sushi so bad, I'm sure there's like several good sushi places nearby that he could find. I'm sure there's gotta be at least one. Sir? There are you filthy pigeons! You want food? Ah, Take that! Must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a psych lock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, the Magatama is only on loan. You'd better find it or else. If Girls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. So it seems like we might need to find that Magatama if we want to get anywhere with this guy. Excuse me, sir. Could I just ask you about this? Sir? Here you go, boy. How does some pigeon feed sound to you? This wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. I don't think any of this is going to be any good. No. I mean, it's only 3 pieces. Might as well try. What if we present Maggie? Since he hates her so much. Oh, nothing. Okay, well, he's just gonna keep throwing, we'll just call them seeds. Yeah, sure. That's what the game insists that they are. So it's a little bit of a jelly donut situation here, by the looks of it. I didn't even get his profile. We don't even know who this guy is. I can't, like... No, there's nothing here. Okay. So where is the Magatama? Maggie? Oh, are you looking for some part-time work, Maya? Why don't you take a job at the restaurant? I bet Mr. Armstrong would hire you. Really? Me? It's pretty cool being a waitress, you know. And in the kitchen, you'll get to see all of the chef's greatest secrets. What secrets? Can't make it obvious, but just spy on him for a bit. You'll see. It's interesting. Wow, I can't wait to get my apron on now. Great. Maya's gonna leave me to become some waitress at a French restaurant. Can't believe it. Okay, is there a chance that, like, Gumshoe is finally back yet? No? I have no idea what we're doing at this point then. Did I not try giving all the evidence to the guy? I guess we could just make sure I didn't. I don't think he's gonna talk about anything though. Excuse me, sir. Can I? Nope. Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. Just keep throwing your seeds at me. Did my Magatama somehow end up in the sand here at the park? I couldn't tell you how that would even work, but this game's weird like that. We for sure examined everything here, hey? Magatama's not just, like, lying on the floor or something? Oh, I guess Phoenix Wright must have got pickpocketed on the street on the way here or something, because, it ain't here. Guy needs to sew up his pockets, maybe. Where else can we go? Well, wait, okay, who else can we... Was there anyone... I tried everyone that seemed relevant, right? Wasn't anyone else here that I could, like, present? Oh, I didn't present him. No. He just really doesn't want to talk to me, I guess. Alright then. What if we present his own profile? It is odd to imagine, I know, but I was an apprentice for 5 years in La Gay Paris. Wow, in Paris? It was something that Chef Zale said to me that made me decide to open my own restaurant. What was it? Such an awful man said to me, "You must train for another 10 years. It was such a shock, so unexpected. But you would have to be a fool to do this, no? I mean, your words, not mine. Alright, well, not so we don't end up, like, spending all night here. I need to know what the fuck we're doing, because, like, what did I miss? There's not even that many things to try here. And yet, somehow we've managed to already get stuck. I feel like I have tried everything. Everything that, like, makes a lick of sense, at least. Okay. Where is this guy? So we talked to the guy in the park. And then what happened? Where do we first go, park? Okay. Then we go back to Tribulations after going to the park. Oh, I didn't present the job listings then. That's what I forgot to do. I knew there was one thing I forgot. Right. Last time we were here, I didn't have this. Mademoiselle? Yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No. I was just, Let me see. Your style is, different, but, you have a good face. Different? Felicitations! You are fast. I will hire you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick, help! Great, Maya got kidnapped again. At least it wasn't twice in the same game, I guess. I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both? Oh, she's just gone now. Like, she actually just got kidnapped. Okay. Cool. Well, bye, Maya. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. What do you mean questioning? She's in jail! She probably had to go to, like, lunch or yard work or something. What do you mean questioning? This child's like a month old. Ugh. Like, they keep acknowledging that it's a month old. And, like, people acknowledge, like, oh, it's a month ago. I can't remember very well. It's like, yeah, fair enough. It was a month ago. The trial's already closed. Why would you remember? And then they act like this, like it just happened. Guess I've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Okay, please tell me that... Okay, finally. Yo, we gotta tell Gumshoe there's been another kidnapping. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? When is gonna find an innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. I'm assuming that means you're able to get the case reopened then? Oh yeah, one more thing. Vital's been approved. Court's in at 10 AM tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh. Him. And listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again... yes? I'll make sure you get locked up for good for it, got it? Oh. Okay. Is there a crime against losing a retrial or something? So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know? No one was making any assumptions here, Gumshoe. It was with the funny looks, pal. I was just, it wasn't like a... Look, sir, I was the boss when she was doing training. But that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little crush on Maggie. Hey, I don't like her or anything. I was... Note to self. Gossip with Maya about this later. Yeah, after she's done being kidnapped. Look, pal. Don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal. Not me. You'd have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elg. He was a computer programmer. Glenn Elg. Glenn Elg? Oh, it's a palindrome. Oh, that's what they're going for this time. It's not a pun, it's a palindrome. I see. A programmer. Does that mean... Okay, that seems to be the running theme here, of course, because, like, Phoenix Wright backwards, and now this guy's name is a palindrome. He's just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before either. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. Programmer, and a first-time customer at that. Possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But the motive was still somehow established in the trial. So was this guy just not on that case then? I mean, I'm assuming not, because he seems to know nothing about it until he just stumbled across this random magazine from a month ago. Where was the magazine even in the first place? Like, it wasn't on a store shelf because it's so old. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal. I'm real busy. Haven't even got time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could his motive have been? This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kinda working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled on the case and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there, and a bit off base sometimes. But she was a good cop. It's not exactly complimentary, you know? So what do you think really happened? Just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy seen with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place just says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh, yeah. She did mention something about CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. What if, like... Nah, never mind. I was thinking of something stupid. But that guy's turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table, not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. Sorry, this is for a radio. This, like, Dragon Ball ass-looking scanner thing is for a pocket radio. Why do you need a screen? Why do you need any of this? Why not just wear earbuds? What? Is it like a video radio? Is it like a two-way radio? Can you get Skype on that thing? A radio? You didn't have a CD player? You got it. If only never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention that CD either. Wait, why would he have a CD player though? Am I missing something here? I mean, why didn't, like, okay, if we're assuming the guy with the CD and the guy who mysteriously disappeared is like the guy who had the CD in the first place, then, like, why would the other guy need a CD? Or need a player for the CD? Like, if he's just giving him the CD, like, how is that a contradiction? He's just handing him a CD, he's gonna take that home and use it for whatever. How do we even know what's on the CD? Like, what if it's on something that would play like a Walkman? What if it's a software CD? How do we know it's a music CD? I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Well, we already know he does, it's just that we don't have the Magatama and we can't look for it, apparently. Also, is Gumshoe gonna give us all the evidence since, you know, this is a closed case? That'd be kinda nice. What do you make of this? Sorry, pal. All I can think about is Maggie at the moment. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant to... You don't have to explain, really. Okay, well, what if we show him Maggie? Have you gone to see Maggie? Of course I have, but I wasn't in much good at consoling her. I'm not very good with words. Oh. Yeah, I guess I must have looked a bit down. Maggie was really supportive of me. It was great to have someone to talk to. Did he go for her or for himself? Nothing. Okay. Is there anything to examine here? Yeah, what about these two? Doing some BDSM over here. No matter what, whenever I come here, that mascot's there to greet me. You got that right. That's the Blue Badger. It's my idea. I made it. and now it's the national symbol of the police force. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? Yep, meet the pink badger. So one's called Blue and the other's called Pink, but they're both called Badger? You got it. They're married. So should I expect to see Baby Badger next time I'm here? I mean, going off of the theme, I'm pretty sure it's going to be named after some sort of color. Okay, where are we moving? Back to Attention Center? I bet we're going back to the restaurant. No? Maybe I wasn't done with Gumshoe. There's probably something I need to present. Okay, let's just try everything here. We'll try the magazine again. I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked this one detective I know how your defense was. And what'd he say? He started off by saying I'm at a complete loss for words. But he must have found some quick because he went on about how bad you were for an hour. But he said you sucked so much it seemed like you were trying to get Maggie found guilty. Looked like I was trying to get Maggie found guilty. What's that? A sports paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Tribulations. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. Take a look at this. See the writing here? MC Bama. Hey! What is it? I've ordered that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bama. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good. I can't remember. And he goes back to being the Gumshoe we all know and love. Hey pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwritten analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? Be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. Sports paper given to Detective Gumshoe. Interesting. Nothing. Okay. That was probably something we needed to do, so now we can probably move somewhere else. Now can we go here? No. Well, where else can we go? Was there something else I need to talk to him about? Oops. Who else can we present? Nah. Let's try... Did we do Maggie? I don't think we did the chef. The chef at bien, huh? You know what that chef said to me? Oh la la, your body is full of the toxins. And then he gives me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. Label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. It's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. So what exactly is what exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Taibien? It's, kinda hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant, gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Taibien and investigate the place yourself. If you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? Don't suppose I got a choice in this, huh? Yes, I better find out more about the chef in Taibien, then report back to Gumshoe. Now, can we go to the thing, now that we're told to go there? Yeah, there we go. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh, hello. So we got a flamboyant gay chef, a former police officer who was wrongly accused of murder, some guy who thinks he's in Japan, and a goth, like, emo gothic nun person or whoever this is that just walked in. Yeah, there's sort of dark aura about her. Welcome. B Avenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Oh. Is this the first time we got to see her in literally any other costume? I think it might be. There's a very good chance this actually might be. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya. Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. And who was that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice-looking restaurant. Shame more people don't come. Again, probably nothing to do with the fact that one of the tables has police tape in front of it. Definitely not. Don't forget about the ultra-cute waitress. Check out my give me a tip smile. Hey, Nick, why don't you order something? He's just preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it's $20, of course. The twin tea set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen! A lunch special, please. With all the extras. Drinks, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. So how much is this set lunch then? $20, huh? With a drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45? That better be an amazing lunch for $45. Hey, wait a sec. Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe fortified lunch set. What is this, an RPG? Whoa. A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit! Thanks? Come on, Nick. Hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright. Down the hatch it goes. This man's never eaten lobster. Actually, I've never eaten lobster either. I've had crab. It's okay. Well, are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish that off that plate. I just remembered I've got to clean the toilets. Hey, can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. We took it with us? This lunch is now evidence in court. Your Honor, I would like to submit this lunch as evidence to the court. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well. Especially knowing the judge, he's probably just gonna eat it too. Tribulations lunch special. Costs $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. Your Honor, this chef can't cook for shit, and I have proof right here. I would like to submit this lunch to the court as evidence. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Yeah, what's going on in the kitchen? Now what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all of the chef's greatest secrets. I bet that guy's got a meth lab back there. He's cooking up some real good stuff behind those doors. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Have you not been to the kitchen? How did you bring the food? Hey, wait up. Maya! What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you gonna show me around? That's my plan, to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. I better conduct a search in the kitchen myself. Yo, we can actually go to the kitchen? Oh, hell yeah. Oh. You know, something tells me this isn't up to code. Can't quite put my finger on it, but yeah. And here it is, the famous Tribulations kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. It's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop! Alright, let's get searching. Ah, there's his drug stash. What's this? Looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Maybe those are the gifts that you give customers when they order the big $45 lunch set. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many. They're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? It doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Found in the kitchen. Shape is different from the other bottles. Contents unknown. Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it? Looks like a collection of poems he's written. Poems? Cool. Read one out. And say it in your best French accent, with intensity, okay? Okay, here's one. It's called Printemps. The two of them like actors from a film. The coffee still undrunk. Sweet nothings over too soon on that sad Saturday morning. The foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. Huh? That's it? Yep, that's a poem for you. Foreshadowing, perhaps. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce. What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Ugh, look. Right there on the counter. How did it get in here? My Magatama. What's it doing there? What indeed? I told you that chef totally pickpocketed him. Is this where he sharpens his knives for the murders? Look at these knives. They're all look really sharp. I like to see how one of those slices through a cheesecake. Cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. Yeah, what? what a strange thing to say. I would have thought of like literally any other food, like maybe some meat or like a really hard vegetable. I mean, you know, you ever seen those ads where they show off like the knives? They like throw like a turnip in the air and then just like slash it, like Fruit Ninja. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with the balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch? Maybe. What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of. Wait, how does it smell good but taste terrible? That's certainly a mystery. Okay, well I think we got all we needed from here. I mean, we got the Magatama, that's pretty important. Okay, well, you have fun working, Maya. I'm gonna go and talk to a certain somebody in the park. Or not. What the fuck happened here? The old guy's not here anymore. Drat, I still have some unanswered questions for him. A scooter, huh? Who'd leave it right in the middle of a park like this? The wheel guard and the light are busted. I guess it must have been in an accident. It's totally wrecked. Oh no, who is this gonna be? That's, wow. They've got some lungs. Holy shit! I don't think I could even do it. What the fuck? Hey! What you think you was doing with my bike? No, I was just... Gah! Who's been messing with my new ride? Is that what you've been doing? New ride? Isn't that kind of... Gah! You're just gonna pay for this. It wasn't me. I was just passing by. Hey, then who's the one that covered my saddling crap? Huh? Gah! You're just gonna pay, you catch my drift? No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have... A wise guy, eh? I had to beat you so hard I feel like this was smooching the express train. Uh-oh. You just better watch your back. This ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself. You know, I'm something of a lawyer myself. What'd you say? I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Phoenix Wright. You're saying you? Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I am. So you're a wise guy too, huh? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright. The one and only. What? Out of my way. I gotta cruise. He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? Wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Ridden by my phony, the wheel guard is all smashed up. Pathetic. Oh, it's you. If you hold better a breath like that, then you'd look like a pigeon who's got seeds in his eyes. Have you been here the whole time, then? I was in that strawberry. Had some thinking to do. Well, like you had some cowering to do. I mean, I don't blame him. But, I mean, he is the one with the soybeans. So, I don't know why he wasn't chucking them. Okay, well, we got the Magatama. Maybe this guy will open up more. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just that, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Haha, take that. There we go. That's what we needed. Ooh, he's also got 3. I knew it. This old guy has got something to hide. But what could it be? Yeah, you know what? This case is officially better than 2 3s. I'm liking these characters a lot more than the previous one. I mean, we've got a weird chef. We got, like, some sort of, like, emo lady that just walked into that restaurant. I can't wait to meet her. This guy, who's chucking soybeans at birds. Some demonic-looking Yakuza type. Yeah, this is a great case. We haven't even gone to the first day of court. But I mean, you know, the circus case was fine up until we started getting through the bullshit that was the court trial part. Okay, let's give this a try. I feel like we have to break someone's locks at this point, because I don't think there's really much left to do. Unless Gumshoe is still open for questioning, I can show him some of this new stuff. It's time you told me the truth. Are those Wu-Tang nuts? Yeah, basically. I always like to think that the nuts that Yuffie eats are basically just like soybeans. Really hard soybeans. So I would say, yeah, that probably counts. Why are you regular at a restaurant that you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants. To eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? What do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat! How dare you accuse me? What proof you got? I can tell you that you nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for its food. The food sucks! The proof is in the pudding. Or, in this case, the lunch meat. I don't know, the pudding probably is good. I wouldn't blame the pudding, okay? He never got to the pudding. He only tried the lobster. That's a twin tea set! The food at Tribulations is terrible and expensive. You're wrong. It's cheap. Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a job of work since I was born. I've been feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock. Taste another story. But the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you've got money to burn? Exactly. I have so much cash, I go for a swim in my money vault every day. Unfortunately, that's a lie. What? You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke. This is yours, right? Might make a scene. How would a rich retiree be looking for a job? I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh? I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Javachino. Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Was it fucking Starbucks? Those had better be some golden beans. What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it? No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anyway, yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so go there. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free newspapers to read at Tribulations. Do I have to go? I have to go and get the fucking magazine or newspaper back, don't I? God damn it. I don't have it. Maybe Gumshoe's done with it. Okay, 1 second. I'll be back. Where is it? Nope, wrong thing. It's over here. And criminal affairs. Oh, damn it, Gumshoe's gone. Oh, he's still here. Hey, you're just in time. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? The lab got back to me about that newspaper you gave me. Must be in the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So? What'd they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? It said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elk. No doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. Left by the victim, doodle is in victim's handwriting. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant, okay, pal? Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. Ooh, yeah, you know what? We could present something to him. Let's start with that. We'll come back to the locks later. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same. Wouldn't you agree? Cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind let me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. I had a hunch there was something funny about that chef. You suspect John Armstrong? I got that guy's number. I know what his secret is. It must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. I guess I'd better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. Yes, please. I am desperate to hear this. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal? Yes. So, how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... Yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real skip is on the guy as he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? We talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd be really in trouble. Well, it's a good thing it's probably actually yen, and so he's actually not in as much trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises. I'd be willing to bet that chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. Jean's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. I wonder who runs that place. Can we talk more about this? So $500,000, pal. That's some, $500,000 bills. What's he in there for? Is there really that much money tied up in this case? I can't give you an answer on that, pal. Not without the case file in front of me. But I'll tell you this. An Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was a desperate, you know? No, I don't. But I think I sort of get the picture. Okay, well, we got the magazine back, so I'm guessing we probably can go back to the old man. I hope the chef is the real murderer so that we never see him again. Yeah, I have a feeling that he's probably not going to be surviving this case either. It would be pretty shocking, though, if he turns out he wasn't the perpetrator. Okay, let's try this again. Now that we got the magazine back, we should be able to at least get Lock 2 done. Oops, fuck. I did it wrong. Where is it? Present. There we go. I just need to move my mouse to the right position so when I... Oh. I thought that would stop it from mashing by accident. Whoops. Okay, I'll mash slower this time, I promise. So easy to, like, accidentally close the window. Okay. So now I gotta show him the food sucks. And then we gotta show him the magazine, I think, or the employment magazine first. And then this one. What is this supposed to be on the cover of this? Like, he looks like a Power Ranger or like a ninja or something. Like, what kind of job are they advertising on that magazine? Okay, so then the coffee, and then now we gotta... I think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater. Alright, free newspapers. But we gotta prove that there's no newspapers there. It's probably this, right? Yeah. Take a look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations. So? What of it? This is the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. What? Do you see what I'm getting at here? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that customer happened to leave behind. Ah. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything. I'm gonna have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go to so much to Taibien is... Do we want to go there? I don't know what else it would be, but I think we have to go there. What are you asking me about that girl for? She was a waitress at Tribien. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. But I don't recognize that face. And you're probably telling the truth here. Because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? I can't take it. To you, that waitress was your... Enough! Please! No more. Stop saying that word. Stop saying waitress. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Almost under the waitress's skirts. He probably throws beans at them, too. Sir. Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil. No, I didn't mean it like that. Just... I even get one of those lousy cups of Javicino every time. For $8! All because of that serving girl. Punish me. Lock me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same. Another 20 years you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really, listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. So show some respect, hmm? I'm Victor Kudo. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you all know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more. This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony, one way or another. I don't believe this. They even broke his psych locks and everything. I guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Alright, well, I guess we're just leaving then. Bye. How about you? Can we, like, talk to you about anything? Nope, okay. Apparently she has lots of work in this restaurant that doesn't get any customers whatsoever. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Ooh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay. I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? Wow, I can't believe Phoenix would stoop so low. Actually, yes, I would, because she would probably volunteer to do it anyways if it helps the case. Sir? You again? Well. I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay. I think it's going pretty well. For who exactly? Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright? Play on the slide? We're so close. Just a little more he would have spilled. Pigeon. How can we crack this guy? Oh, who's this? Quiet! Can't you see I'm feeding up? Pigeon? Fuck, I didn't even think of that. Oh my god. See, she has this ability. There's a lot of things she could be doing with it, and it's probably for the best that she doesn't. Mia? Well. If you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes. Of course. Certainly. I'm Victor. Victor Kudo. Even from beyond the grave. Wow. Now, would that make this guy a necrophiliac, or, How about the incident? You mean the man who died after drinking the Javachino? It's like he's a different person. It was quite a shock, even for me. He's a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javachino over to him, you see? And was the customer alone? Definitely. He was the only person at the table. He took one sip of his Javachino and, And? He said something like, "Ah!" and then claps. Dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. Certainly seems to be telling the truth now. It looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see this other man either. He's not wrong about the coffee being terrible. It was $8. I don't think any coffee is worth $8. You would need to, like, trim the cup in, like, gold flakes. If there's no gold flakes in my coffee for $8, I'm not paying for it. Not that I'd pay for coffee anyway. Coffee sucks. Do you like the food at Tribulations? Well, of course. I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France. Well, maybe he took the Channel Tunnel. Oh, yes. France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want... France! Is this guy, like, from Japan or France or... I don't even know anymore. I can't believe Mia's laughing at the guy. You visit Tribulations a lot, don't you? Of course. I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Wait, what? Is this... What do you mean? What's this link? It's just a link to the London Wikipedia page. Yes, this is definitely France, Definitely France. How do we even know it's London, England? Actually, wait, no, he just said London, England. Never mind. No, wait, he just said London. We don't even know if it's England. He could have been any other London. What if he was like London, Ontario? Then maybe that's how he got confused for France. Because that's kind of close to Quebec. That's kind of like France. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chef, my dear. The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right. Man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Oh! Wow, maybe that actually was his drug lab then. Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh no, those eyes. I can't take this. He has really got this guy eating out of her hand. He imposed correctly. It's a page to London, France? Wait, what? Is that a real place? There's a London in France? Hold on. Hold on. London, France. What? Okay, where is this? Holy shit. Did the devs know about this? I feel like they probably didn't, but maybe they did. Maybe that's part of the joke. Okay, it's like, I don't know how you describe it. There's like, it's like north of Lyon. That's probably the biggest city. It's a really small place. Like, I mean, there's nothing there, according to Google Maps, but yeah, it's like not even close to Paris. It's like north of Lyon. It's kind of close to the Switzerland border, actually, if anything. There's actually a London, France. I mean, to be fair, there's like 3 different Londons in North America alone. It's just, it's a very common city name. I don't know why I'm surprised. Yeah, it's a small agricultural village in the commune of Sevigny-sur-Ciel in the arrondissement of Louan in Saône-et-Loire, Burgundy, France. 80 kilometers south of Dijon, the D206 road goes through the village. Yes, I know what that is. He cooks in the strawberry. The orange is his dead office. Wait, what if this guy's the deader? You joke, but there is indeed... The owner of the restaurant does indeed have a debt. So someone has to have given him the money. He steals things from his customers. Yeah, I'm aware of that. From his customers? Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer, so you be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course. He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javicino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? A Japanese poem. I'll explain all you need to know about that chef. Wait, he really did. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeated offender. Victor Kudo. If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy. Couldn't do enough for Mia. He lives in the apple, but I thought you said that... but I thought he was from, like, Japan, not New York. The banana's way you wrote to FC. Oh my god, we're going there every time, are we? That banana can't even move. How did he ride it anywhere? Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called for me for something like this. I can't believe that she went through with it. Alright, can we talk to that chef, or are we just gonna talk to Maya again? Okay. She's done working for the chef. I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah. Plus, no one came to the restaurant. Ooh la la, Mademoiselle Maya! No, how can you leave me like this? I'm sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a psych lock on 3, didn't he? I'm gonna have to break those. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteer! Of course! Alright. Now that he, you know, we got the Magatama back. He probably didn't know what this was. He probably just stole it because it looked shiny and valuable. Can't believe he wasn't arrested yet. We don't even know if he does that sort of thing, okay? We're blaming this man, this old guy in the park for nothing. I kind of feel bad for him, if anything. What is happening? I do not feel like this horrible feeling. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? Alors, I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? The man who died there had a lottery ticket. For $500,000! $500,000? Oui. But after that incident, this ticket... it disappeared. The ticket disappeared. This was the motive that the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said that she poisoned the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? May, alors. You've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. No, monsieur, you doubt me, but I have confessed to you everything I know. Miss Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. Do we even have his profile? I don't think it's him. I'm pretty sure the person we need, we don't have the profile for yet. But I'm gonna pick him anyway. Yeah, okay. Didn't think so. No. We can't do anything here. We're missing the person. I think I know exactly who stole it. Oh, actually, you know what? No, there's one more thing I can try. It's not a person. It's not a profile. But there's one more piece of evidence that might actually work, regardless. He requests girls use the slide because he's concerned about their exercise habits. Actually, I'm going to correct you on that. He requested... no, it was Maya that requested Phoenix to use the slide. Maya volunteered to use the slide, so she would gladly use it. She wouldn't have to be asked. She would just go down it anyway. Okay, there's one piece of evidence that we have that also mentions $500,000. So maybe we can use that to break this lock. Let's see. I'm just trying to, like, slowly, so I don't accidentally go too far. There we go. No, okay. We're missing the person that we need. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything right now, so I'm going to go back. Okay, so why don't we go and see if we can talk to literally anyone else. And if not, then we'll come back. Okay, here we go. We got a whole bunch of evidence that we can show him now. Let's start with the note. See if that does anything. Nothing. Okay. I didn't think that one was going to. $7 million, pal. Oh yeah, that's right. He's the one that gave us that note. Shit. I don't think we do it then. Oh wait, this bike. Right, the bike was new. Nothing? Oh my god. Okay. Can I really break his lock then? I feel like we're missing the thing for it. Yeah, there's nothing here. Alright, maybe we need to break his locks after all. We can't go to the kitchen, eh? No, okay. Alright, attempt number 3. I don't know who else it would be. Wait, it was him, wasn't it? Are we just gonna accuse him? Is that what we're doing here? I guess he could have probably taken it. I mean, he took that random trinket of Maya's. I had some other theories, but I think those theories will come up later. They're just not relevant at the moment. Hey, brother, how's it going? Okay. I think the winning ticket was stolen by you. Yeah, there it is. Miss Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability it was you. Ah. Wow, that is one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Mais pourquoi moi? Why, you have no evidence. I am not Mask the Mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. This haiku. I will now present to you a haiku. What is this? A poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please, read it, and put some feeling into it. Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! Le mensonge! You are a liar! You deny it? Do not make la false accusation, s'il vous plaît. So, do you have any proof? I want to see the incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. Yeah, you stole from me, jackass. It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. Oh, what is that? This is my Magatama. And I found it in your kitchen. No! Wow, that scream just about broke some windows. Oui, I have a weakness for the little trinkets and the figurines. My hand just slips out. I cannot stop it. You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oui, it is la truth. I am just a timid little girl inside, monsieur. A timid little girl. Besides, this time, it was not a small trinket, oui? It was $500,000. Man, no. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, monsieur, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you're in desperate need of a large amount of cash? This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? Ah. You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Well, playing Vault Hunters mod pack in its Sky Vaults World mod. Vault Portal already built, raw vaults available from the start. Is that like a... Is that Fallout related or is it something else? I can only think it being Fallout related. Mr. Armstrong, you said the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? The man, he was listening to the radio with easy appeals. Maggie said something about that too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden he exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? Oui, he had all of his tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I... Put the poison in his coffee? No. Oh no, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pourquoi pas? He had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Also, like, if he was passed out, why didn't he just snatch all of them up? Or was he trying to be subtle? But if he didn't know which one was the winning ticket, that seems like such a dumb thing to do. I think he was arrested because of you. No, this is not true. I did not take it. The ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. Mais non, ma fille. It was not... Oh. Huh? Whoa! You're here! Mr. Godo! What the heck are you doing back here? This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. Came in here for coffee? Is this craving for coffee no bounds? It's like that guy from Twin Peaks. Always likes his coffee. I bet that guy would hate this coffee too. Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am the alien, no? Just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So, the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see, I am just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed. What did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Well, there's a unique mod pack, kind of just random dungeon crawling. Oh, that does sound cool. I do like some dungeon crawling in Minecraft. When done well, it's pretty fun. Voila, you too. Time to laugh at the pretty little alien. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Looks like I got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. You can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this. Certainly not again. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this one. I did not know this is where this case was ever gonna go. I just remember there being like a restaurant and that chef. That was literally it. Had no idea this was gonna turn to like some sort of like Yakuza related thing. I didn't even remember the part about Phoenix having a doppelganger. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Detective Gumshoe! Are you alright? How you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? She's in jail! I don't think she's gonna be eating well. Roger. And you. Yes? You'd better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, yeah? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective. You're an eyesight for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. I got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mess with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay. We're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? Goes kind of hard in the RPG element. Special gear can be earned from vaults, and those pieces of gear have randomized attributes. Ooh, yeah, that does sound good then. Oh, I see. Like, unlock system for every time. Damn, that does sound actually a lot of fun. I guess my main concern would be how long until the dungeons start feeling repetitive, though. Because that's something I find with some RPG or dungeon crawling mods in Minecraft is that there's only like a couple of dungeon types. They just like reskinned them to look different, but they're functionally identical. And as fun as dungeon crawling is in Minecraft, it's probably one of my favorite things to do. You definitely need a good variety of dungeons with like unique gimmicks or landmarks in them. Otherwise, they don't stay. It doesn't stay fun for very long. I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. Wow, this is like somehow like the 12th bot this week. Can't believe it. We had like 5 yesterday somehow. There was like 7 in a row and they spammed like 10 messages. It was insane. I've always admired you so much, Detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Alright, are we going to be counting the coffee cups today, too? Cup number 1? Well, actually, I bet this is going to be a multi-day trial, so it's probably not going to go up to 17 this time. Ah, bitter. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, it was talking to me. It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trustee... Okay, I'm assuming the judge understands what's going on here, right? Because, like, apparently Gumshoe went to talk with the judge, explained that there wasn't a real lawyer on the stand last time. That's why the trial got overturned, and now we're back here. I'm assuming that's what's going on. So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Wright, whether you're fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I am the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. Wait, what happened to the other two trials? Did you forget already? There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. Or I guess the other one trial. Yeah, I guess we only had one trial with him so far, didn't we? As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. Not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. And then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Dungeons have different themes and some special rooms, but yeah, usually identical 3 dungeon shapes. Okay. Each dungeon tends to complete a challenge with some kind of like activating things that gives buffs and debuffs to having to do actions. So it's not really like exploration kind of dungeons, it's more like an expanded expansion on like the mossy cobblestone dungeon room kind of things. What you describe actually almost makes me think of the new dungeons that Mojang implemented in, what was it, 1.20? What were they, like trial chambers or something they called them? I wasn't really following the new update, but I was kind of interested in the new dungeon that they added. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. Name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Perfect. Good job, Dick. Other way around, Detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. Oh, Gumshoe's really got everything under control. For everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of the Blue Screens, Inc., a local company. I feel like if that's like a software company, I feel like that's just a really bad name for your company. Like, that's not the kind of company I would want to be buying my software from. It's like a car manufacturer or like an insurance company called like Crashes or something. Here at Poison Foods, we only serve the finest food products. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. I am not familiar with this call. I haven't really followed like mod pack developers in a very long time. Any of the floor pans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused? Yeah. The victim died from poison almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. Still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Blueprints of the crime scene. That cup number 2? Come, detective. Take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. How did he die by potassium poisoning? How many fucking bananas was in that thing? Well, you see, when you take your bananas from a park that's, like, shaped like fruit and not actually made of fruit, it's very easy to get poisoned. Nah, it's more likely, It probably is whatever's in that green bottle. It's probably essence. It was eau de banana was in that green bottle. I bet that's the poison. Look, this guy can't make food. You think he's gonna make good perfume? Probably like the shittiest perfume you ever smelled. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of the poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have, well, some kind of motive. Using the darker aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but, yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. Put the banana pill SCP in that thing? Wait, there's a... what? Is there a banana SCP? I shouldn't even be surprised, honestly. But that's definitely a new one to me. Can I stop you for just a minute? What is it? They say something that contradicts the evidence. He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said. And what killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey. Sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. The two testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. Oh, we should definitely press this harder. Press harder! Squeeze him! Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. That argument is as weak as the coffee at Tribulations, right? I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the scene will the crime. How, Mr. Trite? Could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? Wait, who took the photo? There was never a mention of a photo. Certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Photo of the scene taken from near the kitchen. To prove the point of how easy it would be to poison a cup of coffee, I've poisoned one of Kono's coffee. Drink carefully, sir. Yeah, he has like 16 cups left. They're all lined up, ready to go. One of them has some potassium cyanide in it. Well, we did bring the poison with us to court. Or at least what I'm assuming is the poison. So... he was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. Now let's press harder. It worked well last time. And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? That's what I know. Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison, how it was used? So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? That's how I get to, pal. Was the poison a liquid, or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper. Number 2. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite? He just said it could have been in the sugar! Like, we're just gonna ignore that part? Do you not put sugar in your coffee? Oh wait, no you don't. Of course he doesn't. He drinks his coffee black. The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Ah, okay. So you tell me the victim was Godot then. Got it. It seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee. Now let's go even harder. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? I mean, the victim being dead from poisoning probably would do it. In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. You have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? This. Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's coffee cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There is clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him. Like this. Holy shit! He chugged that thing. Is information on SCP-3521, the banana pill SCP. Oh, it's like those kind of pills. Those like gel pills that you get. With like the oils and stuff in them. What the fuck? Wait, what's its power? So someone ingests it. Shortly after consumption, an extremely large number of unpeeled bananas will begin to manifest in the subject's stomach at an indeterminate rate. Holy shit. We need like we need a Phoenix Wright type game, but it's like all of the victims suffered from like various SCPs. For the record, the only prints on the cup are the victims and the defendants. Coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. Potassium cyanide? I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? It's, well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much in your history. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much. Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. That's definitely not a lot of poison. So I would like to bring the SCP nickname Shy Guy to the stand. Look, I didn't say we'd be cross-examining them, okay? That seems like a terrible idea. But you're right, that probably would be a little tricky to do. Some kind of motive. Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Check out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying, we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to check you out. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. She was, they said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Oh, you should definitely press harder. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Huh. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. So he had the winning lottery ticket. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket! One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. Ah, okay. I was waiting for why he needed to specify it was a female police officer. But no, that makes perfect sense. Order! Order! She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. A winning ticket for $500,000 found during a body search of Maggie. This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial too. But if it feels heavier now somehow, $500,000 you say? Did they not know it was the winning ticket in the last trial? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. Okay, my theory, the chef stole it, gave it to Maggie. Why? I don't know. Frame her somehow? Probably. But that's my guess. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant has ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There's also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Just go kiss him already, why don't you? Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie's starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. With one final decisive piece of evidence. He's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... Can't be blood, can it? Blood from what? The guy wasn't stabbed. Seems the star of our little play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. Coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. Ah, there's the poison. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket? Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. Maybe she was duped. Maybe she was told it was something else. Like, maybe that's where the sugar was kept. Well, okay, if it was an espresso, or like a something, right? I mean, we don't know what kind of coffee he was drinking. You know, it'd probably be kept in a bottle, and you have to put the coffee in the machine. There you go. Order! Order! The court will accept these items into evidence. Worn by Maggie at the time of the incident has a small pocket but big stains. Deadly powdery poison bears Maggie's fingerprints, found in her apron pocket. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Was she chopping meat? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about bloodstain. I don't need to be told. Just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron when taking someone their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. That doesn't sound so bad. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they all have been clearly established. Well, Wright, seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. With how easy it is to collect resources from vaults and vault hunters and mine a bunch of grass with 3 silk-touched shovels and fill a shulker box of it, dang. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by this kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. See, when she was asleep, lots of time to put that bottle of poison on her. You know, just like, wear gloves, bring the poison over, grasp it in her hands, and then use her hand to place it in her pocket. Easy. You have identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Wright. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe. There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant when the incident happened. Ah, we're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy was still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he yelled abuse at them. And seeds. Seeds? It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. I would have liked to see that. I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone apparently, so he was reporting the crime. He was late reporting the crime. So wait, when did the actual murder happen? 1:30 and 2:30. 2:25. Okay. Well, I mean, if it was reported at 2:25, that's not technically late. It's within the allotted time on the report. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself. I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search too. Whoa. Okay. Look, I think this is a Phoenix problem here. He's the one that's assuming that he would want to do that. I would love to see him make you sleep like that, all pretty and peaceful. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. We have no evidence that the detective would want to do this, okay? Come on, you're a professional lawyer here, Phoenix. Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know about is the investigation. Oops. I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? He didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen then? Nah, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. Wait, so why did he order $8 coffee? How was he gonna pay for it? 58 cents? Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Whoa, okay. That's a little presumptuous there, Judge. Well, some kind of outlaw. Want to give him a bit of an edge. Get him onto something here. Wait a sec. Eh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that... so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There's a prescription bag on the victim's table along with a lottery ticket. Seems Mr. Glenelg visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doctor who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. Let's see. Prescription bag, health insurance. Let's go with the prescription bag first. So what sort of medication was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It's completely empty? Victim got this from the doctor before going to Tribulations. The bag is empty. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate, are you, Wright? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? Now, hang on, I'm not done asking questions on the previous statement. We're going back. You're choosing to make large islands with buildings for each special block that is made for Vault Hunters. It's like an actual RPG town with all different pieces for each service. Oh, that sounds cool. Kinda reminds me of what I tried doing once. It's a lot of work when you, once you realize how many blocks are available, even in a mod. Oh, I didn't get to ask the question. Oh, I guess I just picked the right answer first, okay. Fair enough. I thought we could still ask the other question. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Hey, yeah, you nailed it, pal. That happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. What? Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry. So, Wright, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? No? Not really. I mean, we could, but I don't think we can. Like, we don't know anyone who's wearing gloves. Right? No, everyone seemed to be barehanded to this time. Well, I'd love to if I had any. It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah. Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for, but wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh yeah, the one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole $1 with it. What a lucky guy, huh? And they're just going to let him get away with it? It was just $1, detective. I guess no one cares when it's that little, except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe hasn't given us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, that's true. Maggie and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. My only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. Alright, I guess we have to actually present something this time. Okay, so we know this is correct. 225 is within the allotted time by the autopsy report, so we're probably fine there. Or Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, just watch the person die. Understandable. Victim didn't have any identification on him. Well, didn't we just, like... does this not count as identification? Kind of? Sort of? No? Okay, it doesn't count as identification. I mean, I guess it doesn't really. They had to go and confirm it with the medical... with the, hospital or whatever. Figured out who was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. Alright, let's see here. Winning ticket found during a body search of Maggie. Deadly powdery poison bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket. From the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. So she had this bottle and the lottery ticket in this pocket. I guess we're just assuming that it was big enough for these things. Most likely. I don't think that's like a point of contention here. There's nothing else missing from the crime scene. Ah, okay. This is obviously the one. So what else was missing from the crime scene? Oh! What about the CD? Is that on here? No, it's not. Where is that, this photo? He's got his tickets, he's got the cup. Are we not... Can we not bring up the CD at all? Wait, what about the newspaper? Hang on. This was written by the victim. No? But the victim wrote it. Does Vault Hunters have like special... What is it, like its own thing, or is it like a mod? One of the mods that was added in the pack. Oh, it's just like a lot of low quality of life things, I get it. Yeah, I think I've seen the latter one specifically. I don't know what mod provides it, but that's a pretty useful one a lot of the time. I've only seen it like a couple of times. Okay, something else is clearly missing from this crime scene. But what is it? Okay, this is not relevant right now. Okay, so we know where the lottery ticket was, we know where this was, it was in Maggie's pocket. This is fine. The bag is empty. Is it possible this is it? It was it, okay. What about the medication that was in the bag? Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There's just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally! I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will ya? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No. They didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where, then, did the medicine disappear to? You... Too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. There it is. Throw some doubt on the case. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Huh. That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. Otolaryngological... Laryngological clinic. Oh my god, fuck medical terms. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Isn't that like laryngitis? That's with your throat when you can't talk, so I'm guessing he was mute? Or like he had a sore throat or something? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elk found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. Oh, okay, so it was. I mean, Oto is like sound. But the way he was saying like laryngological, laryngological, like that made me think of like laryngitis, which makes it so you can't talk because your throat's like fucked up. I guess that's with the eardrum. So he was deaf. He was half deaf. He ruptured his eardrum? And what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is, in very, very fine print. Seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Toy Bien. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. True, but what happened to the bottle? Seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. I can't get away with any old weak objection, which I do. Uh-oh. I mean, obviously we gotta do something, right? Let's push it. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Très Bien. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the scene of the crime. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. You know as well as I do the medication is irrelevant. Hardly seems like likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. Hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Godot? The pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems a little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Hey, good job, Nick. So there's mods such as 82 Britannia cooking for blockheads. Never heard of that one. Macaw's mods. Not sure I'm familiar with those either. Grissom mod pack has Snad. Sand that makes crops on it grow faster. Ooh, I've heard of that. I feel like I haven't heard of that in a while. What version is this mod pack for of Minecraft? Court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we'll hear the prosecution's next witness. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Wait, how many cups is he on? 11? Didn't seem like he drank 11 cups. I guess he threw some of them at Phoenix. Phew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. Can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. Had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. Felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. Hate that guy. I don't want to ever see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Godot. Lover of waitresses' outfits and projectile seeds. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. Those seeds that are, like, as thick as a marble. Yeah. Definitely seeds. Actually, I guess they are, aren't they? Because, like, soybeans, you plant them, right? Like, the soybeans that you eat, edamame, those are the same ones you would plant, too, right? Yeah, the beans are usually the seed of a bean plant. So I guess they are technically seeds. You just would normally call them seeds. Oh, a 1.18 mod pack. Oh, that's nice actually then, because that means you get the new caves and stuff, right? and the new terrain generation. Man, that's probably amazing for, like, custom dungeons. All that new space to work with. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. Prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Well, you would access vaults normally is by exploring caves and mining vault stone to build a portal, then putting a vault rock into it. Oh, it's like in its own dimension. Oh, okay. I would be down to play like a mod, like a dungeon mod pack that used the new terrain. I bet that would look amazing. Like all the extra room, you can make some crazy big dungeons that way. Name an occupation if you don't mind. Name's Victor Kudo. Born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I require emotional at times too. We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. So if he's like born in Japan in this version of the game, was he still born in Japan in the Japanese version? I mean, he probably is, considering his outfit here, but it feels weird that Japan's even being mentioned at all. My occupation? Gah. Listen, youngin'. How much you think the areas for kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed. Wow, real craftsmen. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he can embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh yes. I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino. Seeds? What do you think these are, I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps? Did I? Oh yes. Oh yes, I did. I saw it all. And please, tell the court. We're all ears. Sure, sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail. Let's really gain into this. You think it's better with like other people? Is it just because like the mod pack itself is balanced with for multiplayer? Young man was reading the sports paper. Serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. Man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, then collapsed. That's the serving girl, right there in the defense chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. I think I might know what kind of word might have been used by this man in Japanese. It's possible that he thought he might have been in a very different type of restaurant, perhaps. You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? Oh, this talk of radios and glasses. It's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me? Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. I like that he's saying that wireless is like the old word here, with, if anything, I feel like that's the newer word. A lot of medication that is used for eye drops and eardrops is poisonous if ingested. Ah, I was wondering about that. I figured that kind of felt like where they might have been going with it. But surely a medication of any sort wouldn't actually have potassium cyanide in it, right? Like, wouldn't that be a dangerous thing to put in your body regardless of what hole you put it in? So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenn Elg? I wanted to know if Gustin Braun retained his championship or not. So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question, there are partitions between the tables on the same side of the restaurant, right? So what if there are? If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at the table on the other side of the restaurant, correct? Gah. I go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go and sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at. You mean you go there to eye the waitress? It's supposed to be played with friends, but I found no problem playing single. It's just you don't have time to explore the whole dungeon as you typically... Oh, there's like a time limit? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Maybe you mentioned that earlier and I missed it. That sounds kind of cool though, like a time limit in the dungeon. Mr. Kudo, that's a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw? Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I. That's, okay. I see. My eyesight's fine. Doctors say I only need spectacles for reading and driving. I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. I saw that serving girl put the Javachino as well. I bet he knows what's coming up and something tells me I'm not gonna like it. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please? Sure. Gives incentive to go fast and give your dungeon objective for your out time. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that in, like... I'm trying to think of many video games that have a time limit. I guess, technically, Mystery Dungeon? But it's so forgiving that you kind of don't even know it exists half the time. You tell me, boy? She took out some small brown bottle and sprinkled it in. Could she have been adding sugar? Sugar? In a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? A bottle like this, perhaps? Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's a bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So, what did the accused put into the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? So he even saw her do it. Then, like, what is the trick here? Why? What did he actually see? He took just one sip. You youngins, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. The good old days we would have drank every last drop, eaten a cup, and then died. Right, because you ate the cup and lacerated your stomach. Smart. Congratulations, you have earned the title of baddest man to grace a courtroom. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible. Oh yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach. Oh yes, I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is, You said, I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see all the way up to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could just wear such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away. Gah. There are the things I recognize about her, too. Seems pretty sure of himself. Let's press harder. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. Well, what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, the other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would like to ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There's a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps are loose. A ribbon? You seem to remember several details about her appearance. What about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. No one ever remembers the witnesses never remember the faces, come on. God, as if I wouldn't remember that. Witness knows the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's not how that works! Prove it. Show. Describe the face. That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. Ask about the waitress's back. Okay, sure. He was looking at everything Butterface. He's a master Roshi. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? Objection! He's got you there, Gramps. Well, even Godot agrees. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Godot, the court requires the add details about any identified features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. One of those regret moments thanks to learning from a YouTube short, namely why chainsaws were invented. Oh? And why were they invented? Yeah, I never really thought about that, but I just thought someone maybe, you know, figured out a way to make sawing logs more efficient. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes? No question about it. I didn't come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down. That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned to a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Like I thought, we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front. Do you think old Seedy really saw Maggie do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time, that's why he was there. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick. Okay, sports paper, Javicino, something in it. Question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Man took one sip of it, looked like a terrible pain collapse. That's the serving girl right there in the defense chair. I remember her well. Can we press this one again? Will it change the outcome? You said, I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Okay, yeah, so we went through this. Particular disgrace, right, because he remembers the outfit. It wasn't anything to do with wood. The cutting device was specifically designed to make removing the woman's pelvic bone easier and less time-consuming during birth. Okay. I'm trying to imagine someone doing that with that intention in a serious situation. And knowing what I know about chainsaws, I just can't picture that going very well for anyone involved. Okay, so that press did not get us anything new. I thought maybe we'd need to go back to it. Ribbon in her hair and her apron straps are loose. Can we talk about the straps? Does that matter? Or are we done with that line of questioning? Okay, we're done with that line of questioning. Wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Wait, when did he see her from the front? Hang on. This is probably what we need to do something with, but... Because he said he saw her face, but he didn't describe the face. So when did he see her from the front? Oh, well here, this is what we need to present. Yeah. Kind device was specifically, yeah. Remove. Like, can't just remove a bone, she would bleed out in minutes. I mean, when was this? When was the chainsaw invented? Like probably 100 years ago or something, right? That's a very old-fashioned. Okay, I guess a chainsaw that's like mechanical and manually powered. That seems a little more believable in this situation. Because of course, I'm only picturing like a modern chainsaw. I didn't even think about it from like the original 1770s. Okay, well that explains everything. "1777 was when it first was attempted. So I mean, that's pretty much all you need to know about why someone would think that was a good idea. It was the 18th century. People were stupid when it came to medicine. Mr. Kudo, I'd like you to please take a look at this. God, that filthy thing would suit filth just like you perfectly. Actually, reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. That's all he has to say for himself? Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this. Well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Wright. Here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there's only one waitress in the restaurant. And to be the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird? Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison in the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what a burger a customer wanted. You can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well, that's just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. That's because he was trying to look up from below. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Here's another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. Young man's listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the servant girl in question brought over the Javicino. Little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. I've never seen someone called a fidget. Almost makes me wonder if this dialogue was rewritten. But this is, I believe, still the script from 2014, so likely not. Testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. We can handle this, Nick. We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. Alright. Making some progress here. Let me just save quickly. How much health are we at? Oh, we still got like half a bar. Spectacles. Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye. But I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. Seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Kudo's sharp appearance. Better come up with something sharp and quick. Guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Okay, But that's something we can definitely try and catch him on, is maybe we can present his profile and be like, hey, he wasn't wearing spectacles. He was wearing a Scouter. Newspaper was a sports paper, wasn't it? That young hooligan. I asked him. I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting, How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that wrestling going on? I need to find out if Guts and Braun retained his championship title. It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you go buy your own? What are you looking at me that for, How dare you judge me? Ow, ow! Guts and Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway. His power level was over 9,000. I feel like this guy would definitely break the Scouter. With all the bean throwing. The wireless. That decadent young rascal. Now, the only time I've ever heard the word wireless is in relation to a phone. This guy that was using a phone, he was using a radio. A wireless is what we used when I was a kid to describe, like, a portable phone. Not necessarily a cell phone, but just like a wireless, like, home phone. Although I think cell phone I've heard a couple times too. So this guy's use of wireless is very strange. My day was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Oh boy. And use an earpiece. Selfish. That's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. Is he that desperate to listen to the radio? This guy seriously just complain about, like, young people listening and, like, having multiple points of attention at once. Like how kids watch TikTok and play games at the same time. This dialogue is from like 2007. Hell, if you want to really get technical, it's from like 2004. Certainly ahead of its time. You mean the waitress who you only saw from behind, right? You're one of those, aren't you? You never let anything go. Isn't that right? Maybe. What does it matter if I saw her from the front or behind? My eyes don't lie. Yeah, but you don't have enough information either, so they're not very useful. Better not push until I've got some hard evidence. His free hand? Yes. Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, did I? If his free hand wasn't his right hand, then which hand did you think it was? Perhaps the great Mr. tried his three hands. Yeesh, I was only asking. No need to gang up on and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. Guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. This game was made with cell phones as a hotspot wasn't as common now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm pretty sure this exact game itself was like 2004. It was Game Boy Advance either way. So, you were still dealing with, like, those kind of cell phones. Still, it's weird to hear the word wireless as both a term older than radio, and also in reference to a radio in the first place. But I think that's just part of the joke. Okay, so I think my guess is that we're gonna trip him up on even the smallest detail here. We're gonna present something here. Broken spectacles, you say? They don't look like they're broken. Okay, but apparently that's incorrect either way. Never mind. The game even hinted at it. Pick up the dead body? Ooh, you think maybe? Which one do you think that's for? Let's take a look. Where is it? Not those ones. This one. You thinking, like, because he didn't have a paper. Like, the paper's gone, right? That was something I pointed out earlier for a different, present I had to do. And it was wrong. So maybe that is it now. He had a newspaper in his right hand and Noisy Brat kept rustling its pages. Is that the one we probably... So we go, question mark, Cappuccino. Little Fidget picked up a cup of his free hand and took a sip. Newspaper in his right hand. I don't see a newspaper. Let me just take another look. Yeah, like, that doesn't look like a newspaper. That just looks like one of his many lottery tickets, right? The paper's already gone. Assuming it's the wrong hand comment. Ah, okay. Well, I think either way, I think this photo is relevant. Oh, it's not here though. Thought that would've been it for sure. The smallest detail, damn it! What happened to that? Do we know what hand he used to hold the cup? No, we don't. Not from there. Can we really tell what hand he used here either? I don't think so. Yeah, newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling his pages. Servant girl... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's this one. His free hand. Well, he has 2 free hands, so he didn't have a free hand. Maybe this is what it wants. God, if it actually is... Looks like left to me since it wouldn't be dropped that way otherwise. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I feel like even this game wouldn't go to that level of detail, but maybe. Maybe it would. Ah, shit. Okay, that's fine. That last one seemed very likely. Okay, so we need... So it's not him on this, it's not the profile on this one. Had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling his pages. Okay, so we tried the photo on this one, but because I don't see a paper in that photo. Young man is listening to the wireless, I remember that well. Okay. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javicino. No, no, that's fine. Never mind. I was thinking of something else, but I remembered it wrong. Left by the victim, doodles in victim's handwriting. I don't think that's relevant right now, though. Because that's the paper he was holding, but it doesn't say any mention of, like, how he was holding it. Lil Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Do we know what hand he used to hold things? Because he had the paper in... It said he had the paper in his right hand, or in his left hand, right? Wait. Newspaper in his right hand, and noisy brat kept rustling his pages. Let me press this one again. How could you be sure he was noisy or a brat? Yeah, there you go. Okay, which hand was that? Said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand. Free hand was in his right hand, then which hand was it? Yeah, of course, it was left hand then. That was just one thing. This old guy's memory has more holes than Swiss cheese. Contradiction. Anything will do. Well, I feel like I presented 3 possibilities. I think those 3 possibilities would fall under the definition of anything. Apparently not, though. Like, he wasn't wearing broken spectacles. I mean, hell, even when you do the press for this one, like, Wright even mentions it. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye, but I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. Like, that's not good enough? Try looking at a different different game. Wow, okay. No detail? Okay. Which detail do you think might be it then? Because I think the photo is relevant. I think the photo... If we're going to catch him on anything that he saw, it's going to likely be that photo. I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. So are we supposed to do that on a later one? Young man is listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Like, if we go to profiles, it doesn't say anything about... Wait. Wait! His left eardrum ruptured the day before the incident. How could he be listening to the radio if his left eardrum was ruptured? Because he was listening to it through the, this earpiece was for the radio. He was using headphones, essentially. One-eared headphones. Is there one specifically about... No, okay, there's not one specifically about which ear he used. Anything about what was on the wireless? No, no one knew what he was listening to. Is the big nose guy holding natto? I think he's supposed to be holding, like, edamame or something. It's likely soybeans, because I think the joke here that's probably completely removed from this. So earlier we met a very red Yakuza-looking type, and this guy's holding soybeans, and he throws them at people. A common tradition in Japan is to throw soybeans to ward off Oni. So he probably has some relation to the mafia guy that we met earlier. Very likely is my theory. It's a very tentative theory, but it seems very deliberate in the visuals for that sort of thing. So I'm thinking he was listening to the wireless, but the piece was on his left ear. I'm going to present his profile on this one. No! Okay. Wow. That might be relevant later, though. Because it just occurred to me, because like it was said all throughout the investigation portion of this trial, that the earpiece that he was wearing, or that glasses thing that he was wearing, was an earpiece for the radio. But if he ruptured his eardrum in his left ear, why is he wearing his headphones on the left ear? That doesn't make sense. You're not going to hear anything if you're deaf in in an ear. No, you can give hints if you want. I'm okay with that. Did I put on the wrong? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've got. I allow that on this stream to some extent. Servant girl bra. Okay, that's probably irrelevant. It's got to be something to do with this like the ear or something. Will Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. And then that's it. So, this had coffee contained pesticide, covered in victim Meg's fingerprints. Yeah, he definitely took a sip. We established that before too. That's fine. Since it was being used as a hearing aid, how would the guy know he was listening to the wireless? Yeah, that's the other thing too. I mean, the only problem is we don't really have evidence. Like, we don't have like a literal piece of evidence regarding the earpiece. We only know it from secondary information from like dialogue that we read earlier. That's the only reason we know what this even is. Because it doesn't say in his profile, it doesn't say anything like that. It says his left eardrum was ruptured, but he still had a working ear. So if we're just to take it at face value that he was listening to the radio, full stop, no other details, yes, that is possible, because he still had at least one working ear. But this thing here, this Google Glass looking thing, the Scouter, yeah, who knows about that? So there's got to be something else. Do we have to present this? No, because this doesn't... Well, I don't know. Would this count as his, like, ear prescription? I know it doesn't say here, but that's what we established this as. It was ear medicine. Ear cream of some sort. Okay. So the only other hint we really have is that when I press this one, Phoenix mentions the idea of using the profile somewhere later on. So is that later on in this testimony, or is it elsewhere? Like later on in the trial? Could be a coffee cup. What about the coffee cup is suspicious, though? Like, he clearly drank from it. It doesn't say which hand was used. It just says it's covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Which makes sense, because if Maggie would have made the coffee, and the victim drank the coffee. Serving girl in question brought over the Javachino, picked up the cup with his free hand, and took a sip. I keep thinking like it might be something to do with the fact that there's no paper mentioned or shown on this picture. Like we don't see a paper. Like, I mean, I guess he probably maybe he still has it. Maybe it's gone. It's just weird to me that it's not visible here, which makes me think this is a lie, or all this talk about the newspapers is partially untrue. Broken spectacles since they aren't actually broken. Well, I already tried that one. I tried the profile on the very first one already. It didn't work. So I tried profile on this one. I tried the photo of the crime scene on this one because it didn't look like the paper was present. We tried the profile on this one. This one we haven't done anything. And we tried the... Which one did we try on this one? Was it the photo? No. I think we tried something on this one, didn't we? I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I think I did do the profile on this one, because I was like, well... Oh no, I did the picture on this one. That's what I did. I did the picture on that one. I feel like I'm underestimating just how many grass blocks I need for the island stuff. How big of an island are you making? Because, like, when I do my landscaping, I also always underestimate how much stuff I need for building. Okay, so he's another one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles, had a newspaper in his right hand, and a noisy brat kept rustling its pages. We don't know what kind of hand he uses. We don't know if he was right or left-handed. Young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. This feels suspicious. Like, he was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. The way that he worded it makes me think that it's untrue. But I don't know what to present here, if it is. Could it be this? Because, like, the other thing you think it's the profile for this one? Guess we could try that. Or did we already try it? I don't remember. I should keep better track of which ones I tried or not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, so he ruptured his ears, so how is he listening to the radio? He was reading the paper. Well, this picture doesn't show that he was reading the paper. You know, things like that. His glasses were broken. Well, they're not really broken because they're not glasses. They're something else. Coffee cup is sus in your opinion. Okay. It sounds like you're implying that you know something about this, so I will go on... We'll go down that train of thought. But what about this makes it suspicious? Because... like, I'm looking at all the statements here. Serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. So, we don't know who the serving girl is. We're trying to explore the idea that the serving girl was not Maggie. Either way, if it is Maggie, it isn't Maggie. This evidence does not support that idea, regardless, because it only has Maggie's and the victim's fingerprints. So, it doesn't really... I don't think it'd be that one. Picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Well, it certainly looks like he took a sip. And even Godot says that he took a sip, by the looks of it. And it has the victim's fingerprints on it, which means he must have touched the cup, likely meaning that he picked it up to drink from it. Looks like it's unrelated for now, the cup. Maggie was the only serving girl there, though. That's what was said earlier. It was said earlier, but we're still, like, trying to throw the idea around that maybe it wasn't her, because we can't prove it was her, because he never saw her face. He only saw her from the back. So if we, like, present I feel like it'd be incorrect to present something that would be a dead giveaway that it's her, because that would contradict our entire line of questioning and reasoning here that the defense is trying to make. Young man is listening to the wires. I wonder if there's like something we have to press again. Okay. Read paper or listen to wires, okay. Using the earpiece, it's selfish, is that what it is? I'll strain my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. So he recognized the thing on his head as an earpiece. You mean the waitress who you only saw from behind? Okay. So he knows a waitress brought this guy his coffee, but yeah, like we can't really say it was, whatchamacallit, Maggie. Wait, did I present the old newspaper? Which one? I don't think I did. I didn't really see a reason to present it. That dude is saying the cup is sus. I'm just trying to figure out, like, so is it, sorry, when you say the cup is suspicious, do you mean with this testimony somewhere, or do you mean just, like, in general, it looks suspicious? Established there was only the really old newspaper earlier. Yeah, but it wasn't old at the time of the murder. This murder is a month old. He had a newspaper in his right hand and Noisy Brat kept rustling his pages. Yeah, we've established that this is definitely the victim's newspaper because it even has like his writing in it. So it's very likely his. And we know that the restaurant doesn't stock newspapers. But this whole crime is like a month old, so it would have been still a new newspaper at the time. Maybe reload your save because penalty bar? Ow. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? That's a good idea. You're right. Then we don't have to go through that song and dance again. Load. Good idea. To make things a little more convenient. Where was the paper found again? It was like lodged behind a magazine rack at the restaurant. We found it yesterday though. So the thing about this trial, this is a reopening of an old case from a month ago. So a lot of the evidence is from that case. The newspaper is the only thing that was found this time, like 2 days ago, by us. Everything else is like previous evidence, I'm pretty sure. Well, most of the stuff that's is in the trial is previous evidence. Asking because how it got stuck in. Well, I mean, someone lodged it there, obviously. We don't know. We don't know how it got there. But it's clear that, like, someone put it there. Because, like, the way it was lodged behind was very deliberate. But I don't think that specific detail is relevant right now. The newspaper could be something, but I'm trying to think what it would be in here. Serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. Okay, do we know... He keeps saying it's a Javachino. Do we know what kind of coffee he was drinking for sure? Wait, what about this apron? No, we don't care about the stains, apparently. So he picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. That checks out. I mean, that seems to be how he died, after all. Stains the coffee cup is kind of sus. Do we want... Are you saying we should present the coffee cup here? That to me makes 0 sense, but... It's the only thing kind of related. Coffee cup contained potassium cyanide covered in victim and Maggie's fingerprints. But, like, where? Okay, so if we're going to present the coffee cup, we need to think about which one of these coffee-related statements it probably is. Serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. Are we really going to present it on this one? Just because, like, we know it's Maggie's fingerprints, but he's saying it's just the serving girl? Is that why we're doing this? Why do we know what he drank? Why do we know what he drank? It's kind of unrelated. I mean, you're kind of right, I guess. That does kind of seem... Let's just see, yeah. Press on the Javachino comment. Yeah, we could just do that first, just so you guys can see what it is. So yeah, it's just Phoenix, like, iterating that he only saw the waitress from behind, so we don't actually know who he saw. Because he can't prove... no one can prove that it was indeed Maggie that he saw. And then he just gets really mad about it. That's basically the whole gist of the press. Should not push harder until I've got some evidence. That's another, like, hint, but I don't know where else we could push harder because we pushed on everything. Only saw from behind could have been that the other waitress thief man. I mean, maybe. There was the haiku that this guy wrote that said they wasn't sure if he was a man or a woman, so maybe he, like, disguised himself as a waitress or something and went out to the floor and then, like, poisoned the coffee. That could actually very well be it. Okay, let's try the coffee cup. Serving girl in question, let's try it. If this works, I'll be very shocked. Okay, good. I'm kind of glad it didn't work. That would have been stupid. Unless it's the other coffee statement. Like, are we trying to claim... Whoops, I didn't mean to click there. We're trying to claim that he didn't actually take a sip, even though he clearly did, because there's lip marks on the cup. We can do one more try here. I'll be fine. Oops, I did it again. Fuck. Okay, let's try this one. I don't think this is gonna work either, but it's the only other coffee-related statement, so... What? What do you mean this is it? What's the contradiction here? The victim touched the cup, and there's marks on the rim. Even Godot said that he drank from it. What is the contradiction here? Mr. Godot, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I wrote this one off ages ago because it made zero sense to me. I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you, nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. He took a gulp and not the sip. Yeah, like what? I'm very curious to see the logic here. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? Yes, please. Please enlighten us. According to Mr. Godot, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. Yes, and... What is this, kindergarten? But I would like to point to the court to please take a look at this. Oh! No, that makes perfect sense. I didn't even think about that. Look at where the lip marks are in relation to the handle. Now explain to me how one would hold the cup with their left hand, but then drink in this spot. Oh, I didn't even think of that. I thought about the hand thing. We all thought about the hand thing. I didn't I thought about the lip thing. I thought about the hand thing. Did not put two and two together at the fact that where the lips and the handle were. That's clever. You know what? That is not bullshit. That is a very good solution. Props for that one. I didn't figure it out, but that's good. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. Wow. Well, Mr. Godot, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. I totally hold cups with my left hand and twist it around so I drink from the right side. Yeah, isn't that super comfortable? It makes perfect sense, right? No, that was good. I like that one. Took you a while to figure out. Yeah, it's like... Okay, so I was thinking okay, so fingerprints, something to do with the hands. it had to be something related. It was like, well, okay, we don't know what he was holding at this right, but like it didn't click with me where the lip was, and I didn't really think about it too hard on how he was drinking it. I was just like, oh, there's lips on the thing. It's just like when I didn't think about the gunpowder marks on the robe in the last game. Mr. Kiddo, I'm afraid this simply is not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from. Wait! You think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad? You're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? The young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kiddo, but, sure. Want to hear a little bit more? Mr. Kiddo! This is my 16 cup of coffee. So this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Alright, with that in mind, maybe this next bit will be a little easier. Boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all that time. Okay. Good. I'm willing to bet right now. Now we need to talk about the ear and how it's ruptured. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? Inside the lens is a screen that displays the computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. Man, why didn't I get mine? I want one of those. HD TV, DVD, CD. All these newfangled letters drive me mad. They don't matter. I know what I saw. And I'm telling the truth. It's true. Doesn't seem to be lying. Those are the facts. Good old black and white. Okay. We'll press all this and then we'll unravel this dilemma here. So the victim was wearing an HMD. HDTV, CD, DVD. What does it matter? It's none of them actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question. I can only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. Right, you can only see the left side of his head. Because he was sitting on the... if you're looking towards the kitchen, the witness was on the left side of the room, victim was on the right. That's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head. It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glen Elg. He was getting on my nerves. Wrestling on a newspaper and filling with his earpiece all the time. Then he went and made all that fuss dying from one sip of Javicino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I got choked. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. Yeah, I'll save after repress here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll save now. It just occurred to me that there's been a couple occasions where pressing has been very bad news. HMG just means a head-mounted display, so an Oculus or PlayStation VR would qualify. Yeah, but you don't use like one of those when you're programming. I want what he has. Like a scouter, I want one of those. It's way more comfortable. You try wearing a VR display like for 8-10 hours a day. It's not comfy. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. I mean, I've definitely done that before, but only because my hand was full. Or fastens your left cup with your right hand. And when the tour guide says on your right side you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you? No, I didn't mean... Obviously he used the same side of his body that the earpiece was in. So if he had the HMD on his left side, then it was his left hand, I guess. Are we really going to present the cup twice in a row now? Is that what's going on here? You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Cadeau. That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try and play on me. Looks like you really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. This is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right. And check evidence at him until he breaks. If he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? Wait, what is this? Does this actually exist? Well, I mean... yes, but actually no. Yeah, I'll just go and buy like a giant military helmet, yeah. You know, when I'm at the office programming, they see me in my giant military helmet. I'm sure no one's gonna wonder what I'm doing. Okay, so the boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. The left side, yep, makes sense. Kept fiddling with it all the time. Okay, fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. But okay. Surely it's not the coffee cup twice in a row, right? Right? Present the profile? Well, the profile doesn't... Yeah, wore an HMD over left eye, left eardrum was ruptured. It checks out. It's not the coffee cup? Okay. I didn't think it would be. That seems like... Then why does he say this? Like, why would you... What? Then where did those marks from? Okay, so it could be the profile. You're probably right. I'm just trying to think where it would be. He kept fiddling with it all the time. The boy's wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. That seems correct. Looks like it's all in here. That's his left eye. Left eardrum is ruptured. Well, wait. Okay, hang on. Is there another earpiece that we can't see in this profile picture? Because, like... I mean, okay, so my reasoning for clicking this here is going to be, well, he's deaf in his left ear. Why would he be wearing an earpiece? But there's never been any mention of the earpiece thing in his left ear. Or any ear. I thought this was kind of part of the earpiece. I thought this was like all one unit. Whatever, it's probably this. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious it was this. I tried like pushing the idea of this like a couple testimonies ago, in fact. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Cadeau, there's something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I can only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Cadeau, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. I just realized the victim's name is a palindrome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, instead of being a pun, I'm pretty sure that's the entire joke this time. Unless there's, like, something else about the word Glenn that I don't get, but I'm pretty sure they just wanted to go for a palindrome to mix it up a bit. Yeah? Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Well, at least he made true on his promise. Order! Order! This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. And he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man, is my drop of milk.
Captain, you calling me a drip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. Lad drank his Javachino with his left hand.
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left.
Well, where's the markings on the other side of the cup,
That's what the old man saw.
Impossible.
The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand would the victim use to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elk drank the poison coffee like this.
Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash.
The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. This testimony given by the witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I'm satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce.
Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kano, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Technically, he could still have it in his ear. It'd be stupid pause. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was thinking of earlier. Like, it's just, I thought the earpiece and the HMD were, like, all one thing. Because, like, how you need to be able to hook the HMD to your head, right? Like, you need something to hold it up there. So I just figure, like, okay, maybe he just likes it over his left ear. If he only ruptured his eardrum the other day, that HMD also looks like it's designed for one ear only. Like, I don't think you could wear it on your other ear. So that's kind of why I was, like, hesitant to click it, because I was like, what? I mean, this has to be it, but it didn't make sense because it's like, in this situation, I agree that there are some valid reasons as to why he'd still be wearing the earpiece over his left ear, despite it being deaf.
We stop now. Where does that leave me?
Leave you, Mr. Cadeau?
Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his own I's now.
How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Cadeau, but there's nothing I could do.
I've kept my mouth shut until now. There's something else the court should know.
What? There's more?
In perfectly honest, might not be anything. But I want to have a chance. I want to have a crack at you, you young shark.
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? Final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Cadeau is still a man.
That's enough, witness. I believe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony.
You bet. Much, much quicker.
I can't believe this is happening.
You may get ready, youngster.
I get the picture. Just quick throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds.
First of all, I want to stress this might be nothing. Not too sure of myself. Young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down,
How the fuck is this relevant? Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Eh? You're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man?
No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Cadeau. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah.
So what? Probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're a bird brain, that's why you... Why, that's all you can think of. Very well. Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please.
Well, maybe there'll be something in the pressing. The court generally prefers if witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo.
Noisy brat. I'm warning you. I'm more savage than a macho man right now. You won't beat me at this testimony. This is a final battle.
Ow, ow! He's checking those seats harder than ever. Better be careful. Come on, Nick. Nail him. It fell on the floor and then got the tablecloth wet. It sounds like it just smashed into pieces and got the tablecloth wet. Because it tipped over. Like, okay, so the tablecloth is wet. Like, I'm very curious how this is going to be relevant. The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo.
I know that. I was just saying the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense, huh?
The suspense?
Yes. Now what do you think? Should I work the audience for a bit more?
No. Please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible.
Alright, now where was I? Ah, yes. Young boy slumped over the table. And...
yeah, you see, knocked over the vase. Like, that's okay. A vase, you say?
yes. The vases on all the tables in that place. The accident's waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over.
Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them too. There was a vase on the table when I ate lunch there. Wait a second. Okay, just wanted to check something. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase.
Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define?
Okay, I get it.
I heard it break. The sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day. We'll let this guy finish. But, I'm sure you all know what I'm about to do.
Soaked in water, you mean?
Yes, splashed on me in the knee as well.
You said you were sitting at a table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet, the water still managed to splash onto you.
It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing on me.
Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room? You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking?
Vase turned upside down. My testimony's turning this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain?
I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. Godot hasn't raised any objections for a while now.
So, young show-off, that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat.
It's really giving you the evil eye, Maya. See what he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, youngin'. I guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge then. Alright. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip. Clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Just making sure that's the best one. Yep. Okay. Knocked it right over. Uh-huh. Definitely. You see, they just replaced the vase very quickly. Well, so we still don't know who took the picture, is the thing. This mysterious crime photo, taken by someone at the restaurant, exists. It's been a very useful photo, by the way. But it could very well mean that someone, whoever took the photo, maybe they played with the crime scene a little bit. I don't know. It's a possibility. Mr. Cadeau, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there. Intact.
Huh?
Lost your tongue, Granddad?
I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch.
Enough! If you throw any more seats in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Yes? Go on.
The broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Ah, well, you see, it startled me when that young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
I thought you said it was your knee that was wet. Not that it matters. Thank you, Mr. Kiddo. You certainly earned your kudos for today.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kiddo.
Ah, wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes. I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
Wait, listen to me.
But what if what he was about to say was really, really important and turned his case upside down? Well, we seem to have been completely sidetracked. I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it! I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. More likely it was what color underwear Mickey was wearing. I don't think he even remembered that. It sounds like he remembered jack shit. He just thinks he would. He wouldn't. There's one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He has most insisted that his testimony should be of use, so he summarized it accordingly into this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. Prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. So that was a completely useless day. Although I guess we did get ourselves a second day because of it, so maybe it wasn't completely useless. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Cadeau's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus now, we don't even know the identity of the waitress who aced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Cadeau saw. The apron straps and the ribbon. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah. We've got to find one for Maggie, or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. Somehow having 3 copies of the same testimony is gonna be important. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I want to know why this, like, piece of evidence is in the court now. Like... I can't wait to see how that's gonna be relevant. But then again, the last case... yeah, it was the last one? Yeah, the last case didn't have, any... There was actually... No, there's one piece of evidence that I don't think we ever used in that case. Which is really weird. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah. Everyone seems to be on edge.
What are you doing? Call the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet! But my email pen pal, 13378 princess. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No.
Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy? More like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Are they getting hacked? This must be the chief of the detectives here. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter. Oh well, I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of email. Alternatively, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion.
Dear 1337 Asian Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night?
How is he gonna send it? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Hey, this guy's computer looks like it's still working. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I mean, pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. He must be coming up with the slogans for a crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. That's okay, we can go to the restaurant again. That's the real important place. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. Hey, that sounds like... Now just call it Nate, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number! Ah, looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is. He's having the twin tea set. Whoa, where did he get so much money? Damn. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry. Just wasn't any holes in it for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? You have preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean. Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't want to ever see him again. Something like that. He seems pretty upset. But please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the twin tea set? I never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So how did it taste? Well... For $20, I guess, I don't know how to describe it, really. It was, delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? This man's been eating instant noodles his entire life. I think dirt would taste good to him. What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it! I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Just kinda had to admit it to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know? Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating it. Hey, Nick. Maybe that's why Glen L came here. Maybe he heard about the Super Fierce Twin Tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing really. It was just the, daily exercise show. Oh, Gumshoe hiding something? Huh. What the? A Cyclock? This lunch special's lobster show is great. Oh, please. Why are there tears in your eyes? Okay, well, let's ask him about the victim first, and then we'll come back to that. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Come on, Figs, you gotta admit that was a good joke. Oh, I'm sure we could break this one. I have no doubt that we can. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This should be fun, Nick. Let's go. Since when did Maya know so much about computers that she could start making puns about them? Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. Do you now? Wonder about that. The system on the corner from this joint. You should take a look. A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? I guess that would explain why the victim probably came here. It was close. He needed food and it was close. Okay, let's do we'll do this first. Let's see what we got. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenn Elg did. It's like you can see right through me. Didn't Glenn Elg win the lottery? I mean, technically he did, but he never got to use the ticket, so, I would argue that no, he didn't. See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how'd it go? I won 50 cents. Wait. The 50 cents was a prize? It seems like not even worth being a prize. It'd be better to win nothing at all than have a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Alex, see? And they got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the Johns live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day he was killed. You know, what with his earpiece in his left ear that was ruptured and couldn't hear with? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what time is it now? It's, just after 1:30. And the lottery results are always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Well, unfortunately, that still lines up with the time of the murder. So nothing contradictory there. At least he can eat tonight. I don't know if he's gonna be able to eat after consuming that lobster. Millionaire Radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright, let's go check out this computer place. Oh, that guy looks like he's having a real intense coding session over there. That's a lot of sticky notes. Holy shit. I like that there's even sleeping bags. That's very realistic. This place looks sick, though.
Wow, this place is so high-tech, you can almost smell the electricity in here.
It is a computer firm, Maya. It can't work without electricity, you know.
Who are you?
Oh, it's a girl. Wait, is she a robot? What the fuck is this?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood.
Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whack educational show. Educational show. Phoenix, what is wrong with you today?
My name is Lisa Basil. I am the company director.
Director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. Ah, yes, real subtle with the puns today. That thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Eld's?
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD.
All of my programmers here at the Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. And do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this.
You know what? Fair enough. It looks pretty cool.
They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one.
So, what exactly is this firm's business?
I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management.
Doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right?
The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media.
Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music.
It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
In research the impact of time slicing and logical access to shared global variables, obviously programming influence response time and proportional code variables and memory overheats is really important to...
Oh, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we're involved in. Did you good people follow all of that?
Yeah. Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil?
You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It was terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too, but I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc.
What? What? That doesn't make sense. What, because the waitress doesn't have anything to do with Blue Screens and committed the crime? Wait, what you mean you can't tell anything about the victim? You just don't want to, like, have to spread your trade secrets around, I guess. How about Mr. Elk's desk? Have you cleared it out already?
No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you.
It's just been sitting like this for a month? Again, the timeline on this case is very strange. I thought they couldn't give any information. See, if they give the information to stupid people, it's not gonna matter. Basil equals Brazil. Lisa Brazil? Well, what's the Lisa supposed to be?
If there's anything that might be useful to you, you're welcome to take it.
What about no information leaves this building? I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Well, I guess if we're allowed to look, we might as well look.
Oh, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess.
Looks pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then.
Hey, this calendar.
What about it? This is another hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd. That's the day Mr. Elk was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. The tiger? On December 3rd, the day of the incident, there is a note saying eat with the tiger. I mean, maybe Basil equals Brazil, but like, if that's the pun, what's the Lisa part of it though? I was trying to figure out what her pun was, because her name was like Lisa Brazil or something like that, right? Or did I read it wrong? Yeah, Lisa Basil. I'm not sure what the pun is here. I'm assuming it's a pun. Maybe it's not a pun, but like 90% of the names in this game are puns, so. Oh, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? We're betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glenn Elg's desk. There's over 500 of them. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. What is this, Squid Game? He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? Yeah, it's a well-known fact that the harder you pound the keyboard, the better the code is. Guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training? They're all the same. How about these servers? Hey, look, Nick. It's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use a computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. What are these for? Those pillars look almost like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, it's just that they look twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. Man, I wish the future looked like this. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. To be fair, the main character in that show did some horse betting at the beginning. Yeah, that's true. And then but he didn't get himself killed. He won the money. What was it? He like refused to take it or something? It's been a while since I watched the show. Okay, well, I guess there's not really anything else here. Hey? Unless we can present something to her? I guess we could try presenting the stuff we just found. Maybe she knows something more about him. No, okay. No code words here. Okay, maybe we can... Did we already present Glenn Elg? I can't remember if we did. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. I've gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. It wouldn't happen to be related to the betting, would it? Oh, we already tried that one. Let's try the, where is it? This one? No, okay. That's fine. So we already asked about Glenn. I don't know if we have anything else that would... I don't think there'd be anything else here that we could really present. Profiles. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's go move and go somewhere else, I guess. Can we present something to him? I don't think he would know anything about horse racing. He's only more of a radio lottery kind of guy. Oh, we can go back here. Oh, wait, can we go to the kitchen again? Oh, hell yeah, let's go there first. That's where all the juicy evidence was last time. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Oh, it's her. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement. I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, no, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, 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 no. Stop it. I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Nay, no. This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone. And I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you don't have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye, for now. She looks like fun. I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before it becomes a nervous wreck. There. Oh, oui, oui. That felt good. Oh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes, my eyes. Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this. The oil of sandalwood. Is that just the leftovers of what you were just using? You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you're right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you le dish supreme. Put it on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right. Business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is très. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you're just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to the finale. No one will take it from me. So, who was that woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that? Well, yes, sorry. So, who was she? She looks so polite and graceful. I don't know if polite's the word I would use. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? Yeah, maybe she just likes barbecues. You never know, right? I'll be back next month. A natural amount. Be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. Now that I think about it. Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Oh, then let's show them that piece of evidence and see what happens. What piece of evidence? Oh, right, this. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Oui, they kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Mais bien sûr. If I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. but my hands were tied. Please, what'd you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with salad garnish. Ew, I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Ah. Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in that it is a sign of the bad, bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of the bad, bad culinary skills. The woman who is here is a scary woman. She is from the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Oui. Tender lender it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Aya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. Wait, who's paying her? So Tender Lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they got anything to do with this case. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him, I'm loaning me the money. I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who's this he? The tiger. The tiger? Oui. He is the manager of the Tender Lender. A terrified man. The big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear lots of the noise of the battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair, just like you. Oui, there's a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. Do you really want to go there, though? That sounds like a bad idea. If you want to visit the Tender Lender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. It's beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Well, thanks for the information. Let's go. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? Nah, it's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye. Wouldn't have anything to do with the, issues going on in the precinct earlier. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I can make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. She's one to talk. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of that tender juiciness. So we give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? Tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. That's not a sentence that can be taken out of context. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Okay, well, we're gonna first make a quick stop at the mob office, and then we'll go back to the detention center. It's finally gone. Uh-oh, that bike's still here. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least, not for now. Besides, any more seeds today, I'm liable to turn to a real phoenix. Oh, good. He's not here. Tender Lender. Yeah, this looks legit. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. Makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. Oh, it's her. I thought it'd be him. You're here. Discuss alone? No, not exactly. Manager's away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone. Just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Of course! No one will ever know. Coffee? Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. I don't think I want to drink this coffee, considering what kind of case we're working on here. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Obviously not. I mean, new place, gotta examine everything. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean, walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. And what's it called, a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before, back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. I really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. She'd probably pull the chain on this punching bag. Pull it out of the wall. Knowing her, she'd probably do it. That's one impressive desk on the one impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick. Gold. Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. Would you really want such a shiny desk, though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit in a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled. That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see up my nose in a reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. So a desk isn't practical. No surprise there. How do you even move a desk like that? If it really is solid gold. That's gotta be really fucking heavy. Like, we're talking like a car, at least. Here's a CD player on the desk. But this desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. Wait, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. Oh, I get it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Yes, thanks. It was, lovely. So, you drank it, all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. Uh-huh. That coffee. It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach. It's killing me. Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. Why are you eating burgers for breakfast? I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on a disc and pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That will make us drink more coffee if we do. Found a Tender Lender sample disc with the name written in marker. Let's see. This round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. And this yellow thing, This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. Are we sure we're talking about the car and not his scooter? The car's registered to the Cadaverines? Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Car repair bill for 15 grand. Paid by Tiger to the Cadaverini family. Rock, my father cooked me a burger for breakfast. Really? Was it just like a normal burger? Like with like lettuce and tomato and cheese and maybe some bacon or something on it? Okay, I mean, breakfast sandwiches are one thing. You know, I'll go get my McDonald's McMuffins sometimes. But that's a sandwich, that's not a burger. Like when I think burger, I'm thinking like the full thing with all the fixins. For breakfast? I mean, there's no, like, reason any food is restricted to any time of day, of course, but just, I've never heard of that. Win through compromise? I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That. Ah. That's Tender Lender's guiding principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. Yeah, we're being very generous with the term business here. Hey, look at this! A Regent-style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this! This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit. Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you gotta take a look at the... some cake. I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah. Sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So? What were you getting so excited about before? Look, on the lapel of this suit. That's an attorney's badge. Yeah, that's definitely an attorney's badge. Why does it look like the USB logo? But upside down. Is a tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing, it's made of paper! Found at Tender Lender, made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. Yeah, really good job on the painting there. Did the tiger draw it himself? For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? I don't know, no one recognizes an obviously fake attorney when they see one, so... Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey! There's a book of matches here too. Matches, huh? Places don't give these out much nowadays. Hey, wait a sec. What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says, Très bien. Matches used for advertising, found line in Tender Lender. That didn't really strike me as the kind of restaurant that would give out matches. These matches could come in handy. You might be able to use them. Yeah. The pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. There he is. Coming in with a roar. That seems to be his signature. Finally, we were waiting forever. We wanted to meet with you. Come out from under the desk, Maya.
What are you two snooping around in my office for?
Nothing. We were just...
Ah! My precious carpet. Who's got ass on my rug? You're gonna wash your ugly feet never... You wish your ugly feet never came through my door.
It wasn't us. It was already like that.
You just wanna argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think yous can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs.
Oh, Don Tigre, you're back. Ugh, voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and... Ugh, has she got a death wish or what?
Oh, right.
Huh?
But forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing.
What?
I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear?
It's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan.
Ah! Phoenix Wright!
Yes?
You're either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan.
So it was him. He's my phony.
But I don't care. No one gets in my way.
What? I mean, excuse me?
You should have left that little girl at home, right?
I have a few things I...
Ah! No questions. This is the last time we meet.
Wait! Please! That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, "Hold it," either. The espresso. And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Oh, we can finally talk to her, eh? I like that guy. I can't wait to see him in court. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey, Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from your card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tender Lender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. Yeah, well, I don't think you put cyanide in your tea. I would hope not. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned at a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger. Furio Tigre. Furio? Tigre? So that's where the tiger thing comes from. The Neops got a real name. Nick, hurry up and find out more about him. Can we present his profile now? Anything in here about her? Possibly part of the staff at Tender Lender, a thoroughly bitter person. head of the Tenderlander Loan Company, also known as the Tiger. Can I ask you about the Tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? Cookie? Sure? How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor's all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. I really don't trust her cookies. No matter how I look at it, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and the scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I own Don Tigre of my life. It's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre, of course. I'm sorry. Saved her life. Sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. It's no wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got that bandage around your head? This? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. Usually, that's not how one describes an injury, because if they did, they wouldn't be able to describe it. A fatal injury? I just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So, that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Oh, it's not 5. It's only 4. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here. But we've got to find out the truth. Alright, let's give it a try. You said that your bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Do we have something? We do have something. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis? Cadaverinis probably have to do with me. Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Huh. I don't think we have anything like that. We don't know anyone from them. Alright, we'll come back to this later. Okay, let's go deliver that lunch then. It's probably important. There he is. Old CD's back feeding the pigeons again.
There, take this, and get out of my park.
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we can. What? Why? Hello, old man? What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Gah. Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet it really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo.
Vision.
Look, we really need to talk to you, all right?
Out with the demons. In with good fortune.
Ow, ow, seeds, shell splinters. Painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
God, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside. I can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal.
Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino.
Well, we hear you.
And another thing. Young Leobo is wearing an earpiece. On the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay. Take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-eyed brat. Take this.
You said you were a craftsman, right?
God, the modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that...
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose. Scream right down his ear hole. Objection!
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood is all.
I got a tsunami of frustration inside me. It's ready to burst out.
If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. So, there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then?
Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman?
Well...
Buy some bread, now that I can understand. What's the point of feeding someone seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost. That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. Hey, Bun, welcome. Yeah, that's what it says on his shirt there. I don't quite remember what that's possibly could be referring to, new. It's just the hiragana for new, but... I mean, if he's like a embroiderer, I guess it could be related to that. At home and at that restaurant. Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very day that young brat was poisoned.
What? Hold up, that's like very different than you just going there to hang out and look at the girls and read newspapers and try and listen to someone else's radio. So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy. Because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, a young lad slumped over at the table. Serving girl collapsed. I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. And the owner shouted over to me.
Excusez-moi, you call the police.
Call them yourself, I should have said back. But I didn't think of it at the time.
So did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
God, do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
Well, it is 2018. Good luck with that. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened.
Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tribulations on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in your court this morning?
Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But y'all bullied me out of the courtroom.
You thought that the vase was more important than that?
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame.
Could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? That's not the point here, Maya. What's important is the uncounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Huh.
Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead,
I want to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie, and from Mr. Armstrong. Okay, let's go... Well, I guess we're going here first. Good, he's not here right now. Yeah, I want to go here. I've been meaning to deliver this lunch ages ago.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you?
Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened.
Aren't you in jail? How are you going to do that?
Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man.
Well, he was all over the place with his testimony.
He's not the only one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway.
Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? We'll talk first, and I'll give her lunch.
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember?
Yep.
There's just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him.
But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup?
So you really think that it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. Oh, yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the new sports newspaper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too.
Ouch, my head. This game way too complicated for me.
You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., collapsed, right?
Yes. It was so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. Before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations.
No, no idea at all. Why? Is that important, Mr. Wright?
The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police.
Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. Plenty of time for bad things to happen. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
I think he did. When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all.
It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier.
I don't know. Things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir.
I think it looks like she's trying to figure something out.
Maybe we should ask Maggie what she knows about old CD.
Well, let's give her lunch first. I think she deserves it. A good lunch, not that other lunch from the other day. Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love.
Really? What is it?
A lunchbox, just for you. Here.
Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. Can't believe it.
Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe. He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But... I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. So what else can we present her then? How about the CD that she saw? Oh, no, okay. We're not talking about the CD then. Well, there's something else that we're supposed to present, I think. What was she said? Yeah, chase out. We knew that. Artifacts, hard to imagine he's involved, right? Old man says much when we spoke earlier. Trying to figure something out. Should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about. Okay, yeah, I should present his profile then, probably. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. Not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger. I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Thank you. Much appreciated. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite... Doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table... It's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was the Victor Kudo. But I can't really say... It was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was... a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? It would happen to be... this woman. Oh. She's on this page. Never mind, okay. Well, guess we're not able to jump there yet. Anything else we can present her? What else do we even have here? Can we ask her what all these stains are from? Oh, yeah. That's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup splotch, you mean? My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how... The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold. I'm sure the customer was very happy about that. No, okay. She doesn't know anything about them giving out matches. Alright. Doesn't seem like there's much more here. Nothing currently that seems relevant anyways. Main server just went up in smoke. What the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? Superintendent's here already.
Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too.
I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief.
But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up with my Asian soap operas.
It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing a switch.
No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend.
Ah, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe! You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus! A virus! A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes! No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this. Yeah? Okay. You got money trouble? Just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. The Tenderland is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. It seems like it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed going into all of their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did you just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? We better find out what the story is with this lady. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I thought she was all on the up and up on the high-tech stuff. I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a computer virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? I thought he was a lawyer, not a mayor. Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine, I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes this machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've stored on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But, Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he gets a cold. Great, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. He really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Oh, what? Where? When and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kinda feel like I heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. What was the name of the virus? When did they name the virus? What? When did they name the virus? Did I miss something here? Was I not paying attention like 3 seconds ago? That's the girl who works over at Tenderlanda. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Was the name of the virus M? Did they really say that and I really missed it? Holy shit. Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember saying I was going to. Just like I don't remember anyone saying what the name of this computer virus was. I better get some more info from Gumshoes about this family.
Although I bet I could tell you where the virus did come from. I bet it has something to do with the chief. I'm sure he knows more about the virus. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis?
Who are they? Scary bunch of people, that's who.
You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about?
Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some kind of serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They got too much moolah.
Moolah? As in...
They pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market.
The black market, huh? And that includes tender lender, I take it.
Sure. No one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. And I mean no one.
Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So... how did she end up at tender lender?
I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of tender lender are pretty tight.
Tight?
That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue. Okay, starting to see where this is going. So we have her name now, so we can probably go break that lock. Well, I don't really know anything else here. Can we present this? No, okay. I say we go try breaking that lock. That's probably the piece of evidence we were missing. Okay, try this again. Let's see if this works better. Okay, so we present her profile, now that we know her last name. No? Oh wait, no, that's the second one. Wait, I forgot there was another piece in the way. I wasn't paying attention to the thing. Okay, never mind. Try this again. I misread. Gotta do the injury first. I forgot that that was the first question. Got ahead of myself. That's not it. Where is it? There it is. This one first, and then we do the name. Try presenting the CD. I mean, I'm sure that'll be relevant at some point in here, too. I'm sure a lot of the stuff we got in here is going to be relevant. It's just that we needed her name first before we could start breaking these locks. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Oh, you mean to Gumshoe? No, I didn't do that. I will go and do that after this. You're right, that's probably a good idea. Thank you. Why are we now... Okay, my internet's apparently gone to shit, but that's fine because this is... It's a visual novel, I'm sure it's okay.
Happened about 4 months ago. I was driving one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me.
I wonder who that someone was.
It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try and avoid it, but... I took a blow. To the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them. They ran away. Or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have...
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash, I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in that traffic accident on his bike. Where is it? There it is. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre does ride around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known him for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation is very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Someone else, eh? Is this why I should have done the CD first? I think it's actually for him, though. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation costs, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million.
That's quite the operation. Even for America.
"4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure." "Oh, really?"
Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
"They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation."
Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. Something tells me the chef, the good chef, isn't the only one with a loan.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse.
Viola's medical papers added to the court record. A $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. I wonder why the internet decided to just, like, drop out all of a sudden. Now we're just, like, got shit frames, but... I don't know, this happened before, too, and I think it was just a Twitch problem last time.
No, I feel so bad for Viola.
It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics.
Is everything alright, Nick?
We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Alright, let's go show the CD. We'll go show Gumshoe my mixtape. Where are we going? Here. Oh, not there. Here. And then here. And then present. Look what we found, detective. You guys been looking for this, right? No? Nothing? Oh, wait. This is it! This stupid name, I remember now. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name's scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. Why did they act like they knew what the virus was when I talked about it earlier, though? What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details? Please. We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if the demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some outsiders from the criminal underworld, be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer and every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of the virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they estimate its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? Found at Tender Lender. Contains a computer virus program. Yeah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Lunchbox? You remember, the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh, yeah, those weenies. So how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well, it was delicious. Yeah? That's what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal? And deliver this? This sure is a heavy burden. In more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. I really can't eat anymore. I guess we can go try again. Oh. She's gone! Well, we tried. Sorry, Gumshoe, but, she's not there right now. Here, we'll give this back. Okay. But they don't allow presents for the prisoners in the detention center, right? Hey, you're right. But it doesn't matter. I'm counting on you to get it to us somehow. I'm a lawyer, not a delivery boy, Gumshoe. Okay, well, I mean, she's not here, so I can't really talk to her, or give her food, or whatever. Where else can we go? Ah, there we go. A place we haven't been to in a while. Oh, hey, look at that, dude, it's back. Couldn't tell you if that was my internet, or if it was Twitch. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. But the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Chef. Yeah, there wasn't a chef here at any point in time, okay? Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened. Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. I see when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Dare I present the CD to her? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's not really anything we can ask her. Dare we present this to what's-her-face at the mob office? Or is there something we need to talk to him about? No. No, he's done. Oh, everyone's gone here too. Okay. What are we trying to do? I mean, obviously we have to deliver the lunch, but, like, I don't know how we go about doing that when she ain't there. Or do we have to go to the kitchen first, and now this is, like, magically... No, okay, good. Glad that's not the case. Any ideas?
Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Xeniop. You know, what he's like and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that guy.
At a beach so I don't feel like you was smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright. You saying you Phoenix Wright? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright. The one and only.
Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger.
Huh? You did? What'd you find out?
Oh, yeah. Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Fonione. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I wanted to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story anyway? What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Just as useless as ever. I don't even know why I bother with those. So we presented the CD. Is there nothing else to present to him? No. Okay, where else can we go then? Like, why would she not be here? Is there something else in the kitchen I can take? I thought we checked everything. Well, everything reset, but I don't think that's gonna matter, is it? What's this? Looks like a treasure chest or something. Yeah, that's all the same. All of these are probably the same. And I doubt there's anything new here that we're able to present, is there? Nah, I don't think so. Can't talk about the CD, sadly. I guess that'd be a little too easy. MC Bomber? Yeah, we got the CD, we talked to Gumshoe, we got the lunch, but Maggie isn't at the detention center. So I'm trying to figure out where we're supposed to go next. And there's no one at Tender Lender either, which I thought would also be the case. But, I mean, we checked everything here, right? Yeah. This I'm pretty sure is all done, by the looks of it. I doubt he's got anything. Like, what would I even present him at this point? No. I guess the only thing I can think of is going back to Gumshoe, and there's something else we can present him, but I'm not sure what we'd present there either. Because I was under the assumption we were done with him because we need to go and talk to Maggie again. But she's just gone. I don't even know what else I talked about. Oh, maybe this? No, that's nothing to him. Okay, so it's definitely not the lunch. We already tried this. We tried that. The CD is what got us in this situation. It's not that. And everything else is kind of old by this point. So I doubt it's that either. Gumshoe MC Bonner? Yeah, I did that. That's how we got the lunch and everything. We already did this. That's how we learned what the virus's name was and everything. And he's like, yeah, bring this lunch to Maggie again. Try it again. I'm sure she'll eat it this time. And then Maggie's not at the detention center to eat it. Yeah, we did. And we already did all that stuff. So that's done. There's nothing else to do there. Unless there's some other item I can present to him. I don't know what else I'd even try, because like this is all kind of old by this point. I think we tried these last time and it didn't do anything either. Is there a chance I still have to do this, even though it doesn't seem necessary? Well, I'm officially at a loss as where to start. Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first. I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use. Yeah, that's true. And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow I think the key to this case has got to be at Tai Bien. Well then, let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too. Okay. I don't know if that's like relevant to this very moment, or if that's like an old thing. That's the problem with like going back to the office to get hints. The hints are always useless. Every single time. It's like there's only one hint per day, and the hint doesn't even mean anything. Is there nothing new here? I doubt it. Yeah, no, this is probably also gonna all be the same. Have we break the locks from Basil? Yeah, we're done with everything. We're well beyond that, unless there's new locks I didn't see. Oh, wait, when the fuck was this here? The hell? Never mind. I thought we did Basil. No, we didn't. About Mr. Elg. This was not here earlier, I swear. Seen some kind of trouble? I'm sorry. Why do you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Yeah, that option was not there. That was not there when we first... Because the very first thing I checked after we presented that item that made her mention him being a loser, that option was not there to talk. So I don't know if there was like some other prerequisite that needed to be tripped for that flag to get hit. I just assumed there was nothing else to talk about. I had no reason to come back here. Nah, I'll figure these ones out. I want to figure these ones out. And honestly, I don't think I'm going to do the trial today. I was planning to get to the trial and then stop for the day. It's already like 2 o'clock in the morning. That was dumb. I mean, maybe I just missed it, but I'm pretty sure I checked the talk menu after what I thought would have tripped it, and it didn't. So I was right, it did trigger something. It's just that, I guess, assuming I did check it and there wasn't anything there, something in the game just like it was, I needed a different flag as well. I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. But yeah, no, I was like planning to, I wanted to hopefully get to the trial tonight and then we could finish the trial next time. Because I'm assuming it's only a 2-day trial. I doubt this is going to be a 3-day. Let's see what she's got. I'm sure we have the evidence for this. I mean, considering we've exhausted everything else by this point, we have to. So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service? What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? It wouldn't be the CD, would it? Actually, maybe it would be. No, okay. I guess we're jumping the gun a little bit here. Mr. Elg's trouble has something. It's probably the gambling. It was going to be the CD or gambling, likely. What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. What kind of city lets you get money for paper? I want to go there. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortune is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts.
Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but 500 tickets? That's a lot, and you keep them all? Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elk's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess it's... Oh, maybe it's the ticket. I thought it was going to be like the flyer, because we're just going to talk about the stuff in general, but yeah. I feel like the ticket and the poster should have worked on that one. Nice save. Nah, you can't die in here, though. You can't die here. There's no need to save here. You just get kicked out and you have to just go through it again, which you would have to do anyway, so it's fine. The lottery, the horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the case of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? You're right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000? Yeah, but... It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elk won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep debt before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elk's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Okay, so we're probably going to try and connect it to the Mafia. Now... Someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. I mean, I'm guessing we're just going to present him. You only regenerate half the power. Well, whatever. I mean, I don't game over, so that's all that matters. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elk. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elk and the tiger know each other. Oops, that's not what I meant to touch. That's fine, whatever. Whatever. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click the other button. Okay, proof that they were connected somehow. Let's see. Proof that Mr. Elk and the tiger knew each other. From what? Oh, this, right. Yeah, duh, I forgot about the calendar. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elk met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? There it is. I just, did everything backwards. It's fine. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. Glenn's head had no more processing power than any computer. But it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was
In too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations? Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. His date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. So wait, his boss knew about all of this stuff and, like, was fine with it? Didn't mind him still working there? Didn't mind that he created a virus at their company? I don't know if I trust this company anymore. Computer virus made by Glenn Elk, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elk's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Okay. I mean, look, there's putting things back where you found them, and then there's that. Use a trash can, Nick. Okay, I'm guessing now we can probably, here we go.
Bonjour! I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas.
Oh, look who's here.
It's Xeneop.
Who you calling Zinniop?
Come out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hand it over.
What?
You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now!
Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. It ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Budo's little girl. Now that's sad.
I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off.
You crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's two of us in here. You got that? Two.
Wait. Mr. Armstrong?
Forgive me, Désolé. I cannot argue with him.
Ooh, what was that? Ugh, that really hurt.
Is that all you's got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter.
Wait.
Don't take it too hard, Felix Wright.
I was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Are they burning the restaurant or just burning him?
Hold it, pal.
Detective Gumshoe?
Detective? You just think you can stop me, copper? Beat it! Ah! Whoa!
Come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together.
You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But go, pal, and take this. You get it? Who's gonna look after Maggie, huh?
Alright. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court. Tender lender's going down. Actually, what? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go for it. I don't care. I'm guessing this is probably the last trial. Let's do it. Let's do it. We can do it. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what did you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You'd better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Nah, we'll just be finishing this case today. I don't really want to know anything about the other cases right now. We'll just be finishing this one today, I think. I'm assuming this is going to be the last part of this case, so that'll be fine. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Yeah, maybe this will help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Toybian's kitchen a couple of days ago. Ah, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing on the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. Me and a maid says to be one of your favorite parts. It was nice seeing her actually have a different outfit on for once. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's, medication. Medication? Yeah, for years. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elgley's using for his ruptured eardrum. What was that Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? The victim's ear medicine found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but, that's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder to the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Huh. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning. We must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Kudo. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. Of course, we're starting with the chef. And you, Oh, bonjour everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of the Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté! Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am le bête et petit gentleman. No? On the day of the incident, you were at Trebien's kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur. Everything feels right.
He's interested. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribien. Oui, volontiers. When it all happened, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco on that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that was what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no?
Okay. That's a possibility. Mirror?
Oui, a grand mirror. The most enormous mirror.
And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
I would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
And who were these 2 customers exactly?
May, of course. The young man who died. And the other not-so-young man. You are referring to yesterday's witnesses, I presume.
What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. I guess we might as well save here now that we're done the opening spiel. Oops. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today?
You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur.
Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before?
But I did, just a few moments ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decorature?
No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course. That deco. I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor.
How big of a mirror are we talking about here?
Something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high.
Let's see, if 1 meter is about in yard. Holy glass in a frame, that's huge.
I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
No, but I decided not to go through with it in the end.
What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror? Yeah. This could be important. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Erd's testimony.
But...
You didn't ask, right? You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Tribien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant the day of the crime. If you want to doubt someone, Trite, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough.
So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror.
We don't even know if that mirror was installed. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally?
How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite. Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And an ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite? Not the hair. I do not have a top knot.
You kinda do, though.
Mr. Godota is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logic has won the day.
Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse?
Oui.
Hey, Nick. We should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again?
The boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand.
So, but he actually did have the earpiece in his left ear. So he was wrong about the cup, but correct about the earpiece. So did he, like, see the earpiece without the mirror, and then he would have seen the hand with the mirror? If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? It actually creates problems, ironically. Kinda believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. That just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper. Okay. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Everything would have been in reverse. Okay, so what do we present here? Because everything would be in reverse. He is correct. The thing is, he got one observation correct and one observation incorrect. So do we present... maybe the victim? Because he wore it... Yeah, because he wore it over his left eye. And the old man said it was on his left eye. Yeah, there we go. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we?
Boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It's his left ear, without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Now, I'm guessing where this is going. They're going to argue that he saw it on his left, not the victim's left, his left, or his right, because he was looking at him. Does it mirror or not? He wasn't talking about the victim's point of view, he was talking about his point of view. That's what the argument's going to be here, just watch. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so odd, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness generally observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time.
Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different?
You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume?
The I broke the vase, sorry apology, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony?
Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. More of impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elk? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elk's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well, Trite? That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Kudo's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. Mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you look at the plans of the restaurant. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? Lamia, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you can have seen an image of the victim. That was at the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After that terrible accident occurred, I moved Lamia so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation we just heard. For the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteer! Of course. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. Did we, like, definitively establish that the guy was sitting across from the victim before, or was that just, like, the only logical conclusion we came to because of the evidence at the time? I can't remember. Okay, that doesn't show the witness or anything like that there. I think that was just like a conclusion we drew from the evidence. So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oui. Oui? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You obstructed my view, among other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Tribulations' charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing the mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant. And where would that be? Oh la la, look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know. Handsome. Shall I tease you too? I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. Yeah, it's probably his coffee. That's the only one that matters to him. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day. When the poisoning happened, the old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? After the
terrible incident occurred, I moved Lemire so it was not in the way. I think I have an idea of what evidence we're presenting. It seems to be a running theme in this case. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried it out to the restaurant then. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself. What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome. Kodo actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Yeah, but the mirror's huge. I don't care how strong you are. If he said it was like, what, 2 meters high and like 4 meters wide or some shit like that? This guy does not have a 4-meter arm span. How is he picking this up? Or a 2-meter arm span, for that matter. Did you remember anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the obliging type, no? Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except Lemire. Mr. Wright, is there something the witnesses said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Suffering from a case of heartburn, right? Oh, I have this thing for that. An oil with a golden myrrh and frankincense. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila. Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. They ignore those two and just find some evidence. It's pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old CD. And the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Typian that day. I've just got to prove it, somehow. Okay, I think I have a theory on what I want to present here. And boy, I hope it's right, because I don't have any other theories. I think it's going to be this one. It's probably going to be this one. Yep. How many times is that now? Like 4? That we've presented the same photo? We still don't know who took this photo. But whoever did, man, thank you. SP7 contradicts with the testimony we've heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Jeez, Godo, why? Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? This. This is what should not be in the picture. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've lost me. Oh. Did I click on the wrong spot? I mean, that was the whole reason I presented the evidence. Suppose it's up to me to clarify the defense's claim. Oh, the vase. Yeah, you want the vase probably specifically. I was just thinking, like, the whole, well, the table's clearly not used thing going on. But yeah, you know what, the vase is a good idea. I'll click on that specifically next. I was just like, the whole table is still set up like no one's been here at all. But you're trying to tell me there was a customer sitting in this table? Unlikely. Wait. I've changed my mind, Your Honor. Last thing I need right now is a scalding hot coffee shower. Nah, we'll try the vase, you're right. Because he didn't say he knocked over the vase, so... Oh. Wait, why do we... Oh, okay. That's cool that it throws you back here, I guess. That's a good safety feature. But, I mean, we know that this is the correct evidence. I mean, I don't know what other evidence it would be, so... Okay, so it's gonna be the vase. We'll just click here. Yeah, we'll definitely try the vase. If there's anything specific on this table that should exist, the vase is definitely gonna be it. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in this picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Not the wine glass. I mean, maybe he knocked over the wine glass. Because it clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Wait, what? Oh, right. Wow, this actually was useful. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was at the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there's an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from.
Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror at Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. So which contradiction do you prefer here, Godot? Pick one. You gotta take one of them.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror at the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he couldn't hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, right? And this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Nope. Nope. Wrong button. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all these contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony? No. No way. That can't be it, right? Kudo was full of shit? He must be, right? I mean... Okay, the doctor's not gonna make a mistake. That seems dumb. The victim being a phony? This is so wild, I could believe it. Because why would they throw this in there as the third answer? But based on everything we know, there's no way. I'm going to pick this one because this one makes sense to me. If it's not this, it has to be this. The middle one is impossible. Clearly, Mr. Kudo made a mistake.
Mr. Wright, you're the one who brought up all these contradictions.
And?
If you're trying to tell us the old man was just made a mistake, we can wrap this case up right now with a guilty verdict.
How about it, Mr. Wright? Should I just declare your client guilty?
Is that the best you can come up with, Nick? It really is. The victim's a phony. Okay. The victim is a phony. If it's the ear doctor, that's gonna be dumb. Why would we ever think the doctor was wrong? We haven't even met the doctor. We have no reason to believe it's the doctor. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. You know what? When he describes it like that, that actually makes a lot of sense.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elk at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. So are you telling me the earpiece was him getting fed lines then, maybe? Maybe it wasn't like a radio, it was a communication device.
Order in the court. Settle down, I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Right. You saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Wright. Why would anyone want to do that? Yeah, why would anyone do that? It seems pretty elaborate. Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was...
Serving girl brought him a Javicino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defense chair. I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Well, that would definitely explain how that happened. Are you insinuating that the witness in the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
Unless you were in on it, which you probably were. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You're under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? Defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
Defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You'll accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Oui. The victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Elgmont became very excited.
Notice how they switched his earpiece in that picture?
It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Oh, he's doubling down, eh? Okay.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
That's not how you do that! Oh my god.
What you've just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oui. Well, now we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
Took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Alright. So where's this one gonna go? How do we prove that there was a possibility of a setup? Was he alone at his table as well?
Mais oui. I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Unfortunately for you, Wright. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. So when did he... It's like the part I'm trying to figure out how this could work. When did Bird see what she saw? And when did everyone else see the actual death? Did he come in twice? But she never said anything about what time it was. But neither did... Well, actually, no, they did. She, I don't think, did. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. You might say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, it comes in often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Miss Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime.
Yeah, special is certainly one way to describe the coffee, I'm sure. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. Yeah, see, there it is. When it comes to coffee, I'm sure Godot's very honest. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. I don't think Godot comes to the restaurant for upskirt possibilities. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. How many minutes after what time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday.
The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir.
Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no?
Okay, so victim arrived between 2 and 2:10. That still gives enough time for the real... Well, Trying to think how this would have worked. Okay, what Maggie saw... So, we know that Glenn died. Wait, do we know Glenn died? Or do we know that someone that looked like Glenn died? Who really died that day? Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are most wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oh, I know what we're presenting, don't worry.
Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it?
I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Are you absolutely sure about the time?
When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui. It is that time I stopped serving the lunch menu. Quite right, I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've always been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time.
I guess you should never get it between a hungry judge and his lunch. Probably related to why they decided to make the victim a palindrome. Ooh, you know what? You're probably right. That would be very good. I bet that's it.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already.
Witness, get on with your testimony, please. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim? How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Wright? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant. But you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift. There's a hole in this testimony somewhere. I'm sure of it. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, yes, $500,000.
Presumably the defendant heard that too. Then correct.
Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat.
Seems to have yet another incident on our hands. Yeah, why is a guy eating birdseed? And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill.
I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
Sorry? What do you mean?
There is the renowned chef, Jean Armstrong, and the tragic poet, Clarice Armstrong.
Clarice?
Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi? It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for the court.
Please don't. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to call from the payphone.
My own argument, Wright. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man could see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear.
Indeed. Bien, it seems the shadow of doubt has been lifted, ne sais pas?
I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elk. I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Huh. You mean that's when the phony staged his act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. I know exactly where we're going. We'll just save this first, just in case. But I think it's pretty obvious where this one is. No other customers. We got word online. Oh, very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. Okay. I think this is the one I want. I think. It might be a slightly different one. No, okay, good. I was on the right track then. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
Quoi? What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket.
Oui, that must be the showman Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu.
Get to the point, Wright, if you have one.
That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
No.
This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. So, okay, so this is probably the timeline events. Some point in the day, before all of this, Maggie witnessed Glenn and Tiger at the table talking. That happened. Some point after, Glenn actually got killed. Possibly. Then, to try and cover it up, they created this fake murder scenario to frame Maggie. Probably just as a coincidence. I doubt she was picked for any real reason. And just as a scapegoat to so they could write him off after killing him. Because of course they're never gonna pay for that the virus. Like, he probably demanded money or something. I mean, he just created $1 million virus. Of course he wasn't gonna pay for it. He's a mob boss. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elks in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elk is now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elk, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
He's just sort of slow, really delayed reaction. It took him 40 minutes for it to finally sink in that he won 500 grand. They picked her for a reason the coffee was bad enough they decided that someone had to pay. Oh! Yeah, you know what? You're probably right.
Objection. Quite the performance, Wright. You almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this, Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's sort of the obvious conclusion.
I guess the only question then is, whose body did they examine at the crime scene? Unless this fake Glen Elg also actually died, and it was a little more than a performance.
Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours?
Oh boy.
Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
No? the missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. That customer was the phony Glen Elg. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Autopsy said between 1:30 and 2:30. It did. But if there's two bodies that were killed, then that means, like, at least the fake person probably died, right? Because if the real Glen Elg also died, he was probably not even killed in the restaurant, is my guess.
Prosecution is a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture, Wright. Let's see some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Oh, behind the mirror. Unfortunately, I don't think the mirror is evidence, but that would be great. The evidence?
Well, what's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden?
I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into the corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed?
Okay, I'm pretty sure it was outside Tlybian. The freezer so the body is preserved? That's a classic mob strategy. But we didn't see a freezer in the kitchen, is the only problem. Now, I was thinking something a little darker. Maybe they took the body, chopped it up, served it. But I don't think he would go that far. That seems a little beyond Armstrong. Viola maybe would do that. Okay, let's save right here. This is a good spot to save. Inside or outside? Okay, let's consider the facts here. If it would, I mean, outside would basically mean it could be literally anywhere. Like, they could have done anything with it. So we know that the real Glen Elg met with Tiger to discuss something. Probably the virus, I bet, has something to do with it. But they'd had a discussion. They had a meeting on December 3rd. The real Glen Elg is probably dead. Like, we were assuming he's dead. There hasn't been any evidence to say that he's not dead. So it's likely that two people died that day. The real Glen Elg and the fake Glen Elg. And the real Glen Elg would have probably died, like, off camera, so to speak. Meanwhile, they set up this fake guy to come in and be a fall guy for, I guess, the victim? Or not the victim, the witness, and then it's like use the waitress as a scapegoat. The only thing that doesn't make sense is, like, who would volunteer themselves to get killed again? Unless... it would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribune.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court of these plans, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor. Exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribune is... I guess we'll just click here, maybe. The body was in here.
I see.
Nice supposition. The real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Okay. So my theory is that the real Glen Elg was the one who did both. He died twice that day. He didn't die the first time. He came in, died a second time, probably at the, from pressure from Tiger. Because what other body would have the police discovered? There were so many things that would have proven that that wasn't the real Glen Elg. That they could have probably found the scene of the crime, examining the body, yada yada. So the Glen Elg that the police found had to be the real Glen Elg. Like, it's too... To me, it's too nonsensical for it not to be. So I don't know where else he could have died. One died, one is a phony alive. We would have seen at the kitchen. We have to have, it's supposed to be the kitchen though. Why? Why would it be the kitchen? That doesn't make any sense. Like I said, there's no freezer in the kitchen, and I don't see Armstrong the kind of guy to chop up a body and serve it to customers or something. No one can go inside the kitchen. Well, sure. But then whose body did they find at the table? Glen Elg was at the table. Did they just like, did he move the body back to the table or something? But then who did all the screaming and hollering over the fake, See, okay, that's the only thing about the fake Glen Elg dying that I don't get. Who would have been... No one's gonna volunteer to do that. No one's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna totally go and die so that you guys can frame someone else for someone else's murder. No one's gonna do that. And in that case, someone must have been pressured into doing it. But who? Who would they have used to be a fake Glen Elg? We know nothing of that. So that doesn't make any sense to me. That's what I was thinking. It'd have to be hidden in the same room to switch him out with the real dead body. Yeah, like maybe he would have just been that. I'm thinking he's being hidden in plain sight, right? Like that would make the most sense to me. I don't know what evidence I'm supposed to use for this though. Like, what even comes close to describing any of this? Regardless of the location, I don't know what would describe any of this. The photo maybe? Is the photo even on here? Yeah, the photo's here. Right? Because, like, there he is. Let's go with that one. Okay, I guess that probably wasn't it. Maybe he was hidden outside the restaurant then? Like, I guess that's possible. Like, I mean, the only thing with, like, picking outside is that would literally mean anywhere. It's like, oh, well, they just killed him somewhere else. It's like, I don't think the court's gonna accept that. Read your theory. Glen Elg dies, body gets moved, a phony gets into position as he takes Glen Elg's clothes. He does the win with Victor Kudo, he dies, and Victor Kudo goes outside for help. And then they move the real body in there while Kudo is gone. Yeah, but the fake Glen Elg also would have had to die, right? Because everyone saw him... Oh, no, I see what you're saying. So, fake Glen Elg drinks cup, pretends to die. They send everyone out of the restaurant so they can swap the bodies. No, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, pick another location. Oh. Oh, I thought that was... Okay, that's fine. I misread the options. Okay, so it would have been outside, yeah, because see, we don't think... I was kind of thinking that, but I just thought, no, that's like too easy. The court's not going to accept it because it's too vague. Clearly, there's no place to hide a body inside Taibian. And honestly, like, when you think about it, hiding in plain sight by putting the body in the exact spot where, like, he actually sat, that sounds like something this game would do. There's been some pretty wacky solutions to these crimes in the previous cases. It's on point. It would have been thematically appropriate. Therefore, the killer must have hauled the body outside. I see. Nice supposition. The real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was taken out of the restaurant? Evidence that proves the body was taken out of the restaurant. Now that's the real kicker, isn't it? I mean, is it the time of death? There's lots of time there. Why would he have been taken out of the restaurant? How do we prove that? Or the photo demands you click behind the partition since you clicked on a victim spot. Yeah, I mean, that only... If we click inside, then we do have to, like, pick the location. I picked the wrong spot, which is why the photo didn't work there. I mean, maybe... But, like, it sounds like either way, we're gonna have to present evidence. I'm trying to think of, like, what evidence here proves that the body was hidden literally anywhere. Like, what of this evidence is relevant to hiding a body? I know. Gumshoe did it. He took all the body, he cut it up and turned it into sausages. There's your body. Like, is the evidence that he was holding his medicine, and so that's why the medicine was gone? But no, the medicine was found inside the kitchen. Evidence proves the body was taken out of the restaurant. Is it because of this? Because it was dropped behind the magazine stand? Like they were taking the body out and the paper got stuck? Oh, that seems a little flimsy. Wasn't small bottle inside the kitchen? It was. Yeah, it belonged to Elk, but I mean, that doesn't prove the body was there. That just means that, like, he had it. It was found in the kitchen amongst Armstrong's, like, perfume stuff. That doesn't seem like something that just happens to be placed there. Armstrong probably could have just taken it. That's not evidence that the body was taken to the kitchen. That makes zero sense. Like, none of this makes any sense, honestly. They used his bike to transport the body. Drove it into the restaurant, put it on, and drove out. I don't know if we have evidence that it was taken out of the restaurant. Yeah, I don't think this is correct. Wasn't it lodged? I don't think it was lodged. It was just found unidentified. Like, when I clicked on the perfume bottles, they picked it up. They found it amongst the bottles. It didn't seem like it was, like, rolled in the corner or something. They found it amongst all the bottles. I was under the assumption it was placed there deliberately. Like, someone had it in their hand and they put it down. Try small bottle? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't see how the small bottle has anything to do with taking the body outside. Okay, let's start over. Spanish now instead of French. Alright, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed? I mean, I guess it must have just been the kitchen, right? Because, yeah, like you guys were saying, it's probably just that no one else can go into the kitchen. Which, I mean, doesn't make sense either, because how does the waitress get the food? I don't know, is there like, I mean, I guess there could just be like a window or something. Well, if there's a window where you put the food down, then anyone could look in and see a body. That seems like a terrible place to hide it. Like Godot said, there's no place in the restaurant for you to hide a body. How'd blood get on the apron? That was ketchup. It was a ketchup accident. Small bottle imply was hidden in the kitchen. Yeah, but like, why? That's what I don't get. Why would it imply was hidden in the kitchen? Armstrong could have taken that bottle. Like, obviously Armstrong took the bottle. I think that's much is clear. He could have taken that bottle at any time. Why? I don't know. But like, it wasn't like just tossed in the corner in the kitchen. I said kitchen, maybe bottle. I mean, yeah, like at this point, I don't know what else it'd be. The logic makes zero sense to me, though. Like, okay, so I will concede on believe on the whole, no one goes into the kitchen, so it'd be perfect place to hide it. To some extent. It still doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint, because how does a waitress during normal restaurant operation get the food if they can't go into the kitchen? Is that implying that there's like a window somewhere around here that the waitress can get food from? If so, that would make the kitchen a really shitty place to hide a body, because anyone could just look into the window and see a dead body. But we'll go with the kitchen, because I agree, it's probably what the game wants. I disagree that it's what the game should want, though. Body was hidden here. I mean, from a gameplay perspective here, this is actually the only evidence that describes a place. Like, it's the only one that mentions a place. None of these other pieces mention a place in or around the restaurant. So from that logic, yes, I guess this would be it. Doesn't make any sense to me, though. Makes absolutely zero sense. Not really, it isn't that easy to see everything in a kitchen from a serving window. I would bet, you saw the kitchen though, that kitchen's not very crowded. Hiding a body in there? I don't know. It's dubious. Very dubious. And this bottle thing doesn't make any sense, like from a Watsonian perspective. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations.
Eh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. Friends had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched a prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Glenn Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu.
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. Okay, I guess if you remember, I mean, I forgot that he said he was in the kitchen. I guess that makes sense. I guess one could extrapolate that if we're to assume that Armstrong had something to do with the murder, that he was involved somehow, that could be a conclusion you could jump to. It seems a little flimsy, though. Even for this game. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No.
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk?
Never. I could not do such an horrible thing.
That's not the person I was expecting to have a breakdown.
Mr. Godot?
Bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules.
You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now?
Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. I put a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend.
Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español. Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
No, no, absolutely no. I simply...
Let's hear it. You got one shot. Right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. It is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
I wonder how he handles that hot coffee. He's probably just like drinks it so much. It probably doesn't even burn him anymore.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
I don't know, maybe I made the assumption that the bottle was placed there deliberately, but it wasn't clear that it was just like on the floor or something. If they said something like, look at this bottle just tossed aside on the floor here, this looks suspicious, then maybe I would have been more open to the idea of the kitchen thing. But I don't recall them saying anything like that. They said, look, there's a bottle here. Doesn't match the others.
Forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was... There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. So now he's guilty of both perjury and now accessory to murder. Yeah, this man's not going anywhere. Like, he's so scared of getting killed by the mafia. I don't think he understands how much trouble he's in with the law. Although, really, I mean, accessory to murder, perjury, it's not the death penalty. Probably in most places. I'm sure he'd be a lot safer in jail. But actually, this is the mafia we're talking about here. Let's be real. He's not safe in jail. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Oh, don't worry, dude. I always press everything. Unless the judge tells me I can't press everything, then I don't. That's only happened twice, I think. But most of the time, no. I like pressing things because I like the dialogue. Dialogue's like the best part of this game. Of course I'm not going to skip it. Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him. And I carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted.
Did she see the original victim collapse or the fake victim? Must have been the real victim, right? Yeah, because she wouldn't have been involved. So... Didn't the old man see Maggie collapse, though? Didn't he testify about that, too? So when did they stage the fake death? Because Maggie was would have probably already been collapsed by then, right? Unless she wasn't there for the no, she saw the real Glen Elg and Tiger. So she would have collapsed from that. But I could have sworn the old man said something about seeing Maggie, unless he was lying about that. Someone else collapsed for the old man. Oh, true. It would have been the fake witness, right? Yeah. No, that's right. Okay, that makes sense. Why did you hide the bodies? Right, it would have been the same fake witness, waitress who put the fake poison in the fake coffee. Which is the real coffee, but it's fake coffee because it's terrible. What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared. You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him.
Why would you go along with this man?
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur,
Yes?
surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment?
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. A bit too male. Can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it, with evidence. So, you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies, is that correct?
Oui, that's right. If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
He's already confessed as much. Might as well stop dancing around the real issue. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
And sock it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay. Now we'll save. Okay, so he hid the body in the kitchen. Man forced me to do it. Had no choice. Had to go along with him because there was a reason I could not refuse. That one happened to be because of this, would it? You have a $500,000 in debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui, je suis désolé. I was weak, and I borrowed the money.
This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
Le Tigre. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to the man said he would pay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconsistent Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. And then after that, while he was in the kitchen occupied, no one was in the restaurant, so it was a perfect time for Mr. Tiger to bring in his goons and set up a fake murder.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that the committee arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
And why the coffee is so lousy. Yeah, that's definitely why they framed her specifically. 30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more.
How the...
Don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chief is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
feel like he's gonna be the last witness, though. I feel like there's at least one other person we'll probably have to question.
So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. You've almost got this case won now, Nick.
I wish I could agree.
Huh?
When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth.
You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know. And if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case making evidence we're going to need.
Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the butt calling the back, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot.
Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright?
I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up.
No kidding.
You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything.
Well,
Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour.
an hour? Child will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. It should be the last trial. No, I just mean like, witness. I have a feeling Tiger's probably not the last witness. Because what about the girl? What about Viola? My theory, I guarantee Viola was the fake waitress. She's probably gonna have to testify too. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour?
You bet.
In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this?
Oh, hey. That's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to.
Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too.
Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe.
Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
Time for me to present some Maya again? Maybe. I don't know, we haven't really done a whole lot of that. And the old man's not on the stand this time, so I don't know if it's necessary. Analyze the prints and you're missing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what other prints we would have analyzed. That's like the only thing. It was the first thing that came to mind because they mentioned it before the last testimonies.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem.
Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre. Come on.
He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh.
She's hiding under the table.
Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too. What'd you say to me? Nothing. I say nothing. Honest.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent to the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell you called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What do you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law.
I'm still waiting for Godot to actually break down. Like, he's gotten a little winded sometime, but he's never actually broken down yet. The closest was him chugging that cup of coffee, and I feel like that's not it.
I'm the one that hauled you in.
Too cool.
Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Max, boy. You mean it didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying?
Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today.
Get a grip, Nick.
I'm waiting for him to urinate. Something's gotta, like, break Godot. You know what's gonna be? You know what's gonna break him? It's gonna break his mask. That's what's gonna happen. That's what his breakdown's gonna be. We're gonna finally see what he looks like under there. And we're probably not gonna recognize him, because, honestly, why should we? There's nothing about this man that looks even remotely familiar.
I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Denderlander every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a very reliable witness.
At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. What is it, please, witness? If you could refrain from shouting like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins.
That's kind of what lawyers do. Lowlife? Me?
Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. And you's gonna borrow the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's really not, This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's head off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You'd better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
They'll give him those innocent anime eyes. It's just like completely opposite from his like calm, cool, and collected nature when he has the mask on.
Court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you? Oh boy. Alright, we gotta be careful here. Oh, we gotta be real careful then. Okay, so let's read over the testimony before we think about pressing. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year, spent all of my time in my office. Okay, that one might be pressable. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tenderlender every single day. Okay, let's probably ignore that one. Check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Should we do that? Should we, call him on his bluff? And you know what? Let's start with that one. By Violetta, you're talking about Cadaverini family's...
Yeah, you don't want to cross them, or you're gonna wind up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds out you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do ya in.
Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there.
He said that just like Viola, didn't he?
I get the feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her. I say we go for it.
Mr. Terry, what do you want?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
How is this not relevant?
This is a dead end, Wright. You know it. Remember the rules.
Pressing the witness without evidence to back up your attack is prohibited. As I said earlier, the court will impose a penalty for such behavior.
Oh shit. Ouch. The pain.
Now then, Mr. Tiger, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please? But damn it for you, you'd better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna pay.
Yeah, I'm tempted to probably reload here. Might be a good idea. I'm gonna still press that one, I just won't press it twice. It seems like it's a good idea to press it at least once. Nah, we'll leave it for now. Too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. I'd better just focus on gathering information at the moment. Okay. So that's one. That one seems safe, so we can save that one. I don't know if that, like, triggered a flag or something, but we'll go with it. Okay, the other one I was thinking of was this one. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp. Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
Right. And, she's not just writing that in there because...
That sounds like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. This is a really confusing case. I mean, I think a lot of, like, I mean, Phoenix Wright, to be fair, is just like, I don't agree with a lot of its logic. I think that Phoenix Wright, at least these early games, seem to have some problem. I don't remember Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright being that bad, so they must have, like, cleaned up the logic later on. But these early games definitely have some, like, weird logic in some of their puzzles that I don't think necessarily makes a lot of sense, honestly. Leave it here, probably? Yeah. I don't think he's gonna say anything else right now. He's probably just gonna repeat that he was in the office, because it was in his scheduler. Too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. Yep. Okay. Tied with business. Whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Okay, we tried that one didn't work. So wait, when is there like a pattern here of like you can press them once, but pressing them harder is where you might incite a penalty? Maybe that's what it is? I'm wondering if maybe these are all safe to press the first time, and it's just the second time that's the risk. Okay, that one's probably, just in case though, I mean, if we're gonna press any one of these other ones, it's gonna be this statement. It doesn't feel relevant though. Do you have an ad for the Loan Shark office? I don't think I have anything related to the Loan Shark office is the problem. I have stuff related to his business. His actual business. Nothing related to the Loan Shark office. No. Whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Let's try this. Let's see what happens. So I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office.
It's tough for the little guys these days. Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of companies like that want to get in good with me. I'm their best friend. I see. That's very admirable of you, witness. Yeah, well, Denderlander's motto is win through compromise, you know? Win through compromise? What is that supposed to mean? Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. You've got it? With best friends like you, who needs enemies? Here, let me spell it out for you all. You don't pay me back within 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due, and you stupid air. You follow what I'm saying? But I'm not one of your customers. One that says when it's open? No, I ain't got shit for that. I'm gonna try pressing this one harder. Ah, never mind. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought that one might actually have been useful, because it didn't seem that, like, aggressive. I just wanted to know more about the company, you know? I was just curious. You know, explain your business to the court. What do you do on an operating day? That sort of thing. So the first press seems to be safe no matter what. I don't buy you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Taibien. He's got a big mouth, right? He's trying to say I was in on some mob it. Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then? Evidence, yes. Well, for an attorney to make an accusation in court, you must have evidence. That's from loan shark to lawyer, a beginner's guide, yeah? I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tigre. Very good. Huh. Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, right? What should I do? I think this one we should leave. Shit, where does we go with any of these? Okay, so is there any of these we haven't pressed yet? We did that one, we did that one, we did that one, and we did that one. We've now, like, did one press on all of them. So we've double pressed this one, and we double pressed this one. Or did we double press this one too? No, I think we held up back on this one. I don't think we can present anything. Nothing here seems very, like, concrete. I also reloaded. No, I saved after pressing... Yeah, well, yeah, but that's because they were incorrect presses. Like, I saved after pressing the first time, but I meant the second time. Those are the ones I've meant as I tried. I've tried on... We held back on pressing that one again. We tried this one. And we tried this one twice. I mean, I guess we might as well just try this a second time, because why not, right? I don't think this is a good idea, but... What was he doing on the day of the murder, so now what? We'll try it. I'm wondering if you're not even supposed to double press any of these yet, and we need to present evidence first. Oh, he did talk about it. Okay. Shit. I'm gonna reload that so we can actually read it. I thought it was going down the, I didn't mean to skip it. I thought it was going back down the path. It pulled the twist on me. Okay, so we can definitely double press this one. This one is the safe one to press. Because even the judge agrees it's a little sketchy, even if he is hiding under his desk. Press harder. Mr. Tigre, what do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. Had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I had never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please,
Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Okay, that's I think what we want to go for here. Now we're chipping away at him. Days you talking about I was in the office too. Never saw that kid before. Okay, well, I think we know what we're presenting now. You didn't know Mr. Glen Elk, really? I don't mess with the guppies when they're bigger fish to fry. What do you say, boss?
Me?
How's about I hit you with that fat $200,000?
Well, I was thinking about purchasing a nice car from Europe.
He's seriously considering this? Wow, the Tiger's really a good salesman, huh? Yeah, and if I was to sell this case, I would need to copy him. How about you hit him with a fat piece of evidence, boss? Wish it was that easy. Oh, don't worry. We can hit with that fat piece of evidence right here. It's a pretty meaty one, too, if you ask me. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elk, but it appears that Mr. Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the Tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elk. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. I love that from the back he even looks like Phoenix, right? It's like perfect. Not bad. He's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with yous to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember the under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
He's calling me a liar. Is that what you're doing?
Uh-oh.
So you're saying that you claim to have never seen that kid before, is the truth? Yeah, don't worry, that dude. I'm not stupid, okay? It's only when the logic gets dumb is when I can't figure it out. I like to think that I'm not, like, when it's that obvious, I know what I'm doing. At least I hope so. You know, sometimes the game and I don't always see eye to eye on what's correct. But I mean, come on, anyone could have figured out the calendar thing. I mean, yeah, the coffee cup, I missed it. That was on me. And I even congratulate the game on that one, because that was a good puzzle, and I just didn't see it. I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court witness?
I like the remix of the ejection theme. Sounds like the original story. Yeah, it seems like this game 2 was very different. This one kind of takes a lot of motifs from the first game. You never actually met the victim? That's got to be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. You know, I bet he took the picture in the restaurant, the one that we've been presenting over and over again during this trial. I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, 10 to lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever shown off. He haven't showed. I never been into that play bien joint, you hear? Okay, well, I don't know if we have any evidence that he was there. Because for all intents and purposes, it's like he never was at the restaurant.
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I bet it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make it my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's gonna straight to you, right?
Yeah, he's gonna take the express train straight to jail when we're done. Okay, I'm assuming we're safe to present now. Or press now. And yet your name was written on the victim's calendar.
Get that OS calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine. Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast.
Oh, no, no. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they ever would. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate,
Anyway. Yes. Please, no, please, Judge. Please elaborate on that, someone who ate the evidence. What kind of evidence was it? Was it big evidence? Was it small evidence? Maybe it was metallic evidence. Seems kind of ridiculous. Why would someone eat evidence, especially if it was like a chain necklace? Come on. If you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left? That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he's right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December.
So you did meet Mr. Alec then?
Hey, Wright. You just might want to cool your jets a sec.
So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then?
Why would I go to a dump like that? If I wanted to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there.
Not exactly a professional office you got there, you know. So you're in your office on the day in question? He never showed. He didn't show up? Huh. What do you think, Wright? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations?
What are you trying to pin on me here? Why don't you just come down to my office? We can chat about this thing my way, yeah? I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there.
No need. I'm good, thanks.
Listen up. I ain't got nothing more to say except this.
He's never been to Tribulations. Okay. That might be the thing we need to go with here, but how do we prove it? Never. Not even once.
Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee. Capiche?
Do you really think he didn't meet Glenn Elg? Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony you just gave was a lie? Of course. So I can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. I've got to nail him while I still can. Alright, let's see. Let me just save here quickly. Now that we've pressed everything. Never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. Waited around for him, but he never showed. And never been to that Tribulations joint here. Wait a second. Wanted to borrow cash from me. No, that's true. He did borrow cash. But that didn't happen on December 3rd. That happened later. But I think that in the press he said that was like he wanted to repay his loan. December 3rd was when he needed to repay it. Even though I want to borrow cash from me, I set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. Okay, let's see what we got here. Well, that's Jean's loan contract. Did we have one for... I thought we had something for Glenn. No? I thought Glenn had one too. That's a medical bill. That's not relevant right now. Well, I know that he's obviously been to Tribulations. I mean, as we know, Maggie's said it as much, but this one seems obviously the most suspicious. My only issue is, like, I'm trying to think of what evidence we have that he's been there. This is like the closest thing, but that doesn't make any sense because that's not his writing, that's the victim's writing, first of all. Well, there's the CD, but that doesn't prove he was there. That's just Glenelg's CD. That's nothing. Oh, there was this. Right, I forgot about the matches. I forgot we found those at his office. Mr. Tige, is there something you'd be able to like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tenderlender. They're from that restaurant.
What?
You've really never been to Tribulations before. What was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? And why does a French restaurant give out matches in the first place?
You've been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order, order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I am terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day.
What?
But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
Another one?
This close to proving it was him.
He did meet Glenelg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
That's an interesting story you've woven there, Mr. Tiger.
I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime Troy presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so you knows who's since you're paying.
Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Okay. Definitely saved now. Now, are we talking any press whatsoever, or are we still getting to do the double press thing? Supposed to meet the kid at the restaurant afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw an ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. Can we get a specific time on that? So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlender at all then?
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen if there are any issues.
Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations?
Going over old ground again, Trite. Sorry. You just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down.
You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? Okay. That wasn't relevant then. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. With the cop sirens on my way out, and went straight back to my office. Okay. So which one of these do we want to press here? Which one seems like it needs more information? Well, this one seems whatever, because that's explained by this one. So we'll skip that second statement for now. Guy was laid over the table, stiff as concrete. Yeah, sure. We can leave that for now, too. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. So he just assumed that the cops were going to show up? If he walked in the door when no one was there, just a dead body... So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then?
Tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. Ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation.
So when exactly did you pick up the matches?
The matches are just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home.
Poor gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Okay, that was fine. So he picked up the matches when he opened the door. Alright, fair enough. We need something else here. Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. We need to press him fast before it's time to think things through. Gotta come right back to him with a contradiction. Careful what you press him on, though, or you get penalized, okay? I'm wondering if we need to press him, or if there's some sort of evidence I can just do. Heard a cop sound on the way out and went straight back off. I really want to press this one. It's probably a bad idea. You went straight back. Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did? Okay, I wasn't expecting him to attack the witness.
What's he trying to say? You trying to tell me you've never been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this.
Courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
It seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. I must impose a penalty accordingly.
Table viewable from the door? Oh, you're right. It's not, is it? That's a good point. No, it's not really. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with that one. I completely forgot about the restaurant layout there for a second. Okay, open the door so someone ugly. Seeing the guy was laid over the table. Do we press this one or do we press this one? Yeah, you know, let's press this one. Go for it. You mean you saw Glenn Elks put that body?
I guess I did, but only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggedy bit of cloth he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some sticking henpecker.
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up in the second most?
Huh? What do you think? Square watches.
This guy for real?
Look, all I needed to know was that something bad was going down in that place.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just present this and we'll see what happens. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this, Wright? A new line of irrelevant questioning?
These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You see, we're standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Très Bien, you can have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony already? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim, witnessed by Mr. Kudo, was not Glen Elk, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glen Elg, and then impersonated the victim in a performance for Victor Kudo? The identity is criminal to the court. Well, isn't it obvious, Your Honor? He's standing right there. Obviously, the killer is Frudio Tigre. No one else could have done it. I hope that one of these cases has another parrot. I swear it's going to be the parrot again. I'm guarantee it will be. What? Well, witness?
Now that's cute. You just think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on. You got the guts?
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright?
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no, 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 no. The servant girl bought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack.
Found your pet in a last trait? It was in my pocket. But anyway,
Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day.
he saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glen Elg, and the waitress, from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright?
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glen Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
Ah, there it is.
Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadavarini. She's an employee of Tender Lender.
He's making a big mistake.
Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean.
Martha Stewart. I don't think there was nearly enough butter in that coffee for it to have been Martha Stewart. She only put like a few drops of powder. Few particles of powder in that coffee. That's not enough butter. That's not, it wasn't even butter to begin with. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. Second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen.
The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show that was supposedly listening to half an hour after was already over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime is you.
Witness? What have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry? It's alright. I could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
You've got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you've missed one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
What a troublemaker. Troublemaker?
Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Am I going to get penalized for this one too?
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at 3 p.m. between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned out cash. About $100,000. That day we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flan the guy, when he starts screaming. Yes, I won. $500,000. You got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over. Now, I see the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elk was $50,000. Yeah, well, you've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's fast and fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? So, wait. I mean, the judge just said that he only loaned like 50 grand, but does his actual... Do we have his, No, we don't have his loan. Well, that's unfortunate. That would have been helpful. Okay, we can safely press these, right? This is a safe one. Did you have any way of paying back the loan?
The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him. Help him? You? I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
So you were helping him for his sake, or yours?
Win through compromise. Yous help me, I help yous. What's the difference, huh?
I don't believe this. Nick, would anyone really loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max. Thanks a lot, Maya. Viola medical bill? That's probably... I'm sure that'll be relevant very soon. I feel like we're not quite done yet, though. But I thought we maybe had like a paper that showed his contract with Glenn, specifically. So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
What do you think? The whole package, $100,000 including interest.
It's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? That's all you's gotta know. And how many times had Mr. Elk been late with his repayments? Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a really sticky spot. That's like the most generous loan shark I've ever heard of. Yeah, $50 a month, he'd never pay that huge loan off. Letting him get away with like only $50 a month? I mean, the punishment for missing once is pretty severe, but you know, I would imagine that a loan shark would probably be asking for a lot higher of a payment. So how much did he have left on his debt?
You wanted it round fingers? About $100,000.
That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What? You telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seemed to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg.
That guy was smooth. I tells you, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
Was that because he...
The guy won the lottery. Was his last chance at a big win.
You can confirm that this is the ticket in question?
That's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy. And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at the time. So the victim had intended to repay you for his lottery winnings from the beginning?
Seems that way to me.
But you would normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
The undying belief that your next roll will be the worst losing streak you ever had? That's what defines a true gambler.
Makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is, the kid took a shot and he got lucky at the end.
The waitress, you mean...
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing bada boom. Over and done with.
Maybe I should push a little on this. What exactly are you implying the defendant did?
I bet you go ask 4 Eyes about that $500,000 ticket. She wanted it so bad. She poisoned Al's coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre. He would have won the lottery if he found someone who would loan him $50,000 for only $50 a month. See, the problem though with that is his interest rate, so it was going to be a never-ending loan at that rate. If it only took him like a couple of months to double his loan to 100 grand, yeah, there's something wrong with that interest rate. And if it continues at that rate and you only pay off $50 a month, yeah, you're never paying it back. So yeah, while the payments look great, definitely don't seem aggressive, even for a loan shark, especially. Yeah, it's obviously a trap. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, right?
The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split.
I see.
Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee.
I concur, Mr. Godot. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness.
So that's what she's after, Miss Phoenix, right? Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over.
Hacker's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony or would you like it amended? Nah, we amended that shit. I'm not gonna get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended.
Very well. Witness, you'll amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please.
Medical bill time. I was after the 100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Are we sure it's medical bill time? I don't think that's relevant yet. Are you saying you had no other motives that day?
Yeah, so what?
Then why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
What'd you think? Because of Four Eyes over there.
Is it Maggie?
How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Elk's coffee.
Yeah, but how did that stop you from taking the ticket? A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Miss TK. Alright. Do you need to amend the thing again? No, we already did. I haven't amended again. Where did he amend it? Hang on. Okay, let me start over here. Is there something else that got mended here? I'm saving. There was a lot of amending going on here, and I don't want to undo it because I don't even know what was amended yet. Seems like it was not the next statement, it was like previous statements. That's time to present, likely? I think he oh yeah, he wanted something. I mean, obviously, why didn't he just take the lottery ticket if the money was all that mattered? But I don't think we have any connections between Glenn and the crime boss daughter, do we? I don't think so. I mean, I know how this, like, I'm getting the picture of, like, how this is all working out and the motives and everything, but it's just, like, we have to do things in the right order here. And I don't think we're quite at that step. I've jumped the gun enough times today. Okay, so anyways, tells me no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Okay, so this is all the new stuff here, so let's press that first. Oh, he, like, redid his whole thing. I think, right? This is all new, right? No, okay, we did this one. Gotta tell me no way pay up, about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Feel lucky. Did we do this one? This one seems new. No, okay. No one else in the restaurant? I don't remember. There's no one else there. I'll wear that ridiculous... Yeah, okay. So this is all the same. Okay, so obviously we need to go, thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. This is probably what we need to present, because it's the newest piece of testimony. So what exactly was his other business with them? Is it the Bomber CD? 100,000? I mean, there's some negotiations going there that matches the numbers. Maybe. We could try that, probably. Because it's in the victim's handwriting, so it could be relevant. Amend it again? Oh, okay, no, we're good, okay. Why is it... Yeah, I was, like, confused, too, because, like, I amended it, and then I clicked on the new statement, because, like, whenever I amend something, it automatically jumps to new statement. But then I clicked on that statement, pressed it, and it's like, do you want to amend it again? I'm like, wait, hold on. Is there some other amended statement that I didn't see? Like, why was it like that? That was weird. It was just like, it asked me to amend it twice, but I guess that was just a quirk. Alright, so it's probably has to do with this. Now the question becomes, do we present the CD? Or do we present this paper? I think the CD is the harder evidence here. And it's probably more relevant. We're supposed to present something 100,000? Thought something was up there. Huh? I loaned El Cash about $100,000, yeah. That day was about to have a little chat. Kid had his payback day, so anyway he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky. Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. I don't think this is true. Because he should have just, like, the moment he won, this guy should have just taken the lottery ticket and left. Be like, pleasure doing business with you. And then left. Why did he... What else was there to do? There has to be something. And I think it's the CD. It's gotta be the CD. Papers are probably there. Yeah, the papers aren't as hard evidence. Like, that doesn't mean anything at this moment. This CD means something, though. We know it's made by Glenn. Potentially worth millions of dollars. I think he wanted to take this. He didn't want to take it. Okay. Never mind. I guess that's being a little presumptuous then. So what else we have in here? Thanks to what she did, my business that kid was over. Found during a body search of Maggie. I mean, we know that she took the lottery ticket, yes, but there was like a few seconds, minutes, whatever, between her preparing the coffee, allegedly, him dying, and, you know, him actually announcing that he won. So what else could he have wanted with him? Amend it again? Really? So I need to press this again and amend it again? Talk about the cash. I was there to get my 100 grand. That's all. Businessman. It's all coming together before the wage has gone away. So I can tell from the witness testimony, other than recouping the loan, this dick had no motive for killing the victim. No, have it amended. Yeah, we amended it. I did this twice before I loaded the save. This is now the third time I'm doing this. Wait, why did it not save? I did it twice before I loaded the save. The fuck? Okay, well, I'm gonna save it again, and let's hope it actually sticks this time. It's like it amended itself. 25th time is the charm. Yeah, one of these times the judge is actually gonna amend the testimony. Alright, let's press him on this one. Just in case. Let's see where this goes, and then, yeah, then we can do something else. Are you saying you had no other motives that day? Yeah, so what? Then why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left? Yeah, see, we've seen this already. Why do you think? Because of Four Eyes over there. Because of Maggie? How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned out its coffee. Likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Wright. The lot don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor. Yeah, and then we go through this again. Witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. That statement is sus, but don't amend? Yeah, does it, like, unamend it? Or something like that? Okay. Let's try that. That's weird. That almost feels like a bug. It's like it unamends it, which doesn't make any sense why it would. Okay, so we have to figure out the motive. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things we can try and do for the motive here. Why you loaned money in the first place when you knew you couldn't repay him? Was that the CD on the motive line? Probably. Okay, I was after the 100 grand. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Yeah, because like he clearly needs more than 100 grand. Like there's a number of pieces of evidence we found. I'm gonna save again. I don't know what this game's doing with the amending system there, but let's see here. Because he needed more money. Because he has this $1 million bill for surgery. Not to mention like the $15,000 in the car crash and everything. He needs money too, I bet. I don't think 100 grand was enough. Or hell, even 500 grand from the lottery winning, if he actually did win the whole thing. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection.
What are you getting at, Wright? What else would a moneylender be other than money?
Oh, the moneylender was after money. But money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch.
What is that?
A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market.
This is several $1 million?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Glenn Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money. Your Honor, I'm going to keep having him amend his testimony until he says I did it. Can you please stop now? Maybe that would work, you know? I mean, what if he just, like, annoyed him until he broke down and then confessed to guilt? I'm sure that's very legal. Yeah, if hearing the music stop and the penalty bar go away, you know something's good. Except for the few times where it isn't. The game knows that you think that it's a good thing, and so they trick you with it. There's been a couple in this very case where it's done that. You think, oh man, I'm safe. And then they hit you with like the twist, and it's like, no, you're not safe. Here's a penalty. MZ Bomber is also Corey Statham's EDM GJ. You know what? I like that. It's great because actually MC is my initials. And the C doesn't stand for Corey. That's like, actually my initials are my first and last name. So it's like, that's fitting.
Trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program.
Exactly.
The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Wright. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million?
And a few, you know, medical bills to take care of. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery.
How much of this do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. I like that Godot has faith in the medical system of the USA. As if they would be against a $1 million medical bill. Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Did you say Cadaverini?
Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate enough to the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elk's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD.
Glenelg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would have preferred to say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. Let's be real, I don't think any of this would have been a legitimate regardless. So he resorted to illegitimate means. It's crazy. He murdered Glen Elk, and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elk, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trey, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000 in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order! Order! Silence, I'll have the cut!
He's put on a good show, Spiky. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a Charles Bird as my short. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? Uh-oh. What's this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Trick he for— oh, right. Obviously! What on earth is that? He's dumb enough to use a skin toner like Trump. I like to just think that it's a skin condition and he can't do anything about it. That or he's literally a devil from hell. One or the other.
What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
the truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you standing in here this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I've ever seen.
How do you think he covered up his red skin? Or did we just, like, no one question it? It's like, oh, poor Phoenix Wright, he got a terrible sunburn in the middle of December. I don't know. I mean, it's California, right? So, you know, it's nice and hot down there in December. What's the average temperature of December in California? Probably a nice 20, 30 degrees, maybe? Good enough for the beach? I mean, we went down there for my birthday once, which is like the end of December. And I was wearing like t-shirt and shorts, so I could see it.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? You prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him?
Wait, the judge taking the stand? No.
Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Phoenix Wright requirements. Spiky hair, blue suit, a badge. Skin tone, voice change, and silhouette now required. Exactly. If you remember case 2-3, what did we learn about that case? Appearance doesn't matter. Your accessories matter. That's all everyone cares about. If you're wearing a person's signature items, you become that person. As we have heard testified by like how many people in that case? Like 5? It was the clown, the ventriloquist, I think it was the animal tamer as well. It's like 3 or 4 people there. They were all like, yeah, no, this is it. We saw the top hat, we saw the cape. It was totally Max. Never mind that it was like completely different height of a person, build, face was completely different, age. Nah, none of those matter. Just as long as you're wearing the same clothes, maybe do your hair the same way, you can look like whoever you want in this world. Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Wright, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor? Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power in me to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. What evidence could I possibly give? I'm saving here. I feel like something terrible is about to happen. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tiga are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. Say he impersonated Glen Elk. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger. You're gonna get mauled. You've got that? All we managed to do here is chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. I'm waiting for Gumshoe to come back with that decisive evidence. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. I just have one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence. And maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness's cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. There it is. Yana, sir. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. So I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. The badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? So it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. Results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so? Do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of act detective? Of course I know. So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. I was waiting for him to say no. Like, I was trying to run through my head like, okay, it's not gonna be the tigers. Who else is it? But no, he actually said it was, so that's good. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. The fully attacked Eagle's paw prints, alright. That's great. We got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle really doesn't make any difference now.
knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I never have any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe. Maggie. You've been working on something for me.
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of the air now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait.
He's gone.
Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? Wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it.
The victim's ear medicine, covered in Frudio Tigre's prints. Yeah, what? Like, okay, wasn't there something about how this stuff could have been poisonous? Or did we say it wasn't poisonous?
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Wright. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that'll actually stand up in court, can't we?
Think, Phoenix.
Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. I mean, we're just gonna throw the bottle out there and let them figure out what it means?
How much more of my time you's gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you's lawyers still know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. Really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court.
Well, here you go. This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victim's...
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre.
What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My print's on that pansy-looking bottle. Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
Yeah, why did he touch the bottle? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and a phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that'll prove your guilt. What? What do you mean it's the decisive piece of evidence that'll prove your guilt? I mean, besides the fingerprints, but like, does that prove he was in the kitchen? Which means he knew about the bodies? But like, that's not relevant at this moment. Going to lie and Plight had poison? Oh, no! Phoenix is gonna lie? I mean, he said some pretty crazy stuff. No, we're not going there, are we? I mean, what else would it be, though? Why? Because it contains... I mean, okay, do we have any, like, proof of this? No, I mean, there's no... Oh. 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 Why? I mean, it's the only way this would work, right? We have to lie. The ear medicine's not going to be poisonous. Like, didn't we establish that? I thought we, like, like, that was something I think Godot said. The medicine, you can't, it's not going to kill you. Because, like, why would there be cyanide in something you put in your ear?
Surely that would kill you if it had cyanide in it. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elk, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your prints. Well, how do you explain that?
You'd make a good clown, you know that?
What? You just said everyone in the courtroom knows what it had except for one person. Yeah, that's the other thing too, though. It's, maybe this wasn't the right answer? I mean, okay, so we tell the truth and then what? It means nothing. It's fucking ear medicine. How's that gonna kill someone? We lie, because he doesn't know it. We call his bluff. Maybe something will happen? I don't know.
This ain't never gonna get this to stick. This is making me laugh now. You think a deep bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
Oh no, it's the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle is brown. It's made of glass.
Wait, how did he know that the bottle was brown and made of glass?
That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
How did he know about the real bottle? Got him, at last.
What? Why has everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle...
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide in it. But you ain't gonna find any prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go.
Still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. Wait, did they check prints on this bottle? It bears Maggie's fingerprints. Is that are we supposed to imply that there's no other prints on that bottle? So yeah, how did he poison the coffee then, if his prints aren't on the bottle? He is right about that. Doesn't matter now. I mean, it kind of does though, because like, how else did he put the poison in the bottle? From the bottle into the coffee? I think that's pretty important information here. I mean, sure, he knows about the bottle. That's really suspicious. Extremely suspicious. I don't think it proves that he did it, though. Just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. But maybe we're getting to that. Let's just wait and see where this goes.
You don't know who you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure. Last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of them all. Yeah. I'd still like to know how he did the poisoning if he didn't touch the bottle. I'm hoping they explain it. They knock out the power? What's going on? Looks like a blackout. His visor's glowing. Well done, Trite. I saved my 17th copy just for you. Why?
Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Thanks? Now, does anyone mind explaining how he poisoned the person without touching the bottle? I guess we'll just assume he had gloves in his pocket.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this were all ours, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elg, Your Honor.
Okay, it's on the suspicion of the murder, so even we couldn't fully prove that it was him. We just, you know, gave the suggestion. A very strong suggestion.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Ms. Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yeah, she was.
And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Julio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
A truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot.
Well, I'm now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can finally forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick. In the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh. I guess I'll be at enough then. Wait! Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh. Well, I was, Well, I guess I'll be at enough then. See you around. Oh, wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. I don't know. I think it kind of was of use. I mean, in a roundabout way it was. Knowing those prints was actually very important. I would assume Furio poisons the cup, wipes off the prints from the bottle, gives it the letter to Glen Elg, he dies June 1st. Yeah. I mean, it's safe to assume that he probably just wiped the prints off of it. After using the bottle and then did all the stuff they needed to do to plant it. Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, it's just like sometimes I feel like the series is so far been weirdly inconsistent with how definitive they explain the perpetrator's steps. Or they just leave out like little things like that. I mean, in this case at least though, it was pretty, it's self-explanatory. There's a lot of ways you can just like hand wave. It's like, oh yeah, you just wiped off the prints. Like, yeah, you know what, fair. You're in a restaurant, there's lots of ways to do that. You don't need gloves. But then other times they like would explain it down to the very little detail. It's like, or make sure that it can be explained down to the very little detail. But then like once in a while it's like, well wait, what about this thing? This would contradict everything. And usually the prosecutor would bring it up because they did it every other time, but not this time? Oh, okay.
It's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. It's like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Did you put a good word in for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this.
I wanted to believe that, sir. And on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. So who gets the lottery ticket? Isn't the lottery ticket like a month old? Would they still allow you to cash it in? I feel like if anyone else cashed it in besides the victim, that might be considered theft anyways. In a weird roundabout way. Third cases in the game are kind of bad. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I liked the 1-3. 1-3 was good. 2-3 was fine, except for the dumb bullshit on the statue. There was some like really crazy logic on that one. I don't like that. That was like dumb. This one was good. I like this case. There's like the coffee cup I didn't get, but I still say that was really good and clever. I just didn't like pick up on it, so that was on me, but I still commend the game for it. I do not blame the game for that one. I think the kitchen, hiding the body in the kitchen is a little dubious, but when you think about every other possibility, there really isn't any other possibility. And you didn't have any evidence to support outside, so... Although I think, I don't know, you gotta... I mean, I can't be the only one here that thought maybe hiding him in plain sight could have actually worked in some way. Sure, like, knowing this game, I don't think that was a bad guess, thinking that he would have hid the body at the table. He hid the body by not hiding the body at all. I don't feel like that's, like, beyond the scope of this game. But, I mean, considering, like, the only piece of evidence you had that mentioned a location was the kitchen, I guess, yeah. That kind of would mean, because if you knew you need supporting evidence, then that's probably your only choice. Was like, okay, well, the only evidence I have that mentions location is kitchen. So if you think about it from that perspective, then yeah, the kitchen kind of makes sense. But other than those two things, I thought this case was really fun. I would imagine the lottery ticket was redeemed by Glenn Elk's former job, which is programmed. Maybe. Maybe they just claimed it. What if Maggie just gets to keep it? After all of this, that would be kind of ironic, but maybe she gets to keep it. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know, I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. How about some, like, 3-day-old lunch? Do you want some, like, really old lunch that's been sitting in my pocket for, like, the last 48 hours? I'm sure it's delicious. You know, Gumshoe put a lot of work into this. I'm sure he'd want you to enjoy it. I mean, it's a little... Just ignore the little green spot in the corner. I'm sure it's fine. Ignore it. Enjoy. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the child dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Yeah, be my guest. You want to eat the 2-day-old food that's been sitting in Phoenix's pack? It's probably moldy. I'm sure you could just, like, pick those parts away. It's fine. Just to point out, with the kitchen, it didn't matter. Maggie fell unconscious when Glenn was murdered, so the only witness who could have looked was the old man, since everyone else was in on it. True. But I thought we were talking about where they hid the original body before the old man came in. Before Victor entered the restaurant. So, like, they had lots of time to do it. I don't know. The kitchen does make sense looking back at it, but I think that's part of the problem is that, like, you can't... At least to me, the only way the kitchen made 100% sense was not looking at it from a Watsonian perspective. It was only looking at it from a Doylist perspective. Because the evidence description, the game mechanics hinted at it, not the plot, not the text. I think that's kind of where I don't know if I fully agree with it. Botulism, yum, my favorite. Look, if she wasn't going to get the death penalty before, she's definitely getting the death penalty now.
So how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
So the case of phony versus genuine Phoenix is resolved. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Until the next time that she gets cornered and put in jail for something. I don't know, Maya's got competition now. They've both been arrested, what, twice? Or wait, no. Was Maya 3 times? The first one, 2. And then 2, 2. No, she was kidnapped in the third time I think she was kidnapped. So no, she's only been arrested twice. So they're tied right now. A brand new episode has been added. Turnabout Beginnings. Well, we're definitely not doing that today. It is now 4:30 a.m. I hope you all can understand why I might be stopping after that case. She randomly gets hit by a bus since her luck is terrible. True. Her luck being terrible is why she's in this mess in the first place. 8 hours and 36 minutes. Yeah, that was the whole case. That's about a normal length for a Phoenix Wright case. I usually have to split them into 2 streams because I normally stream this game on Tuesday, right? And I usually have to go places on Wednesday. But I figured, you know what? We were close enough to the end. I don't need to go anywhere on Fridays. It's perfectly fine to finish the case. Turbo begins a short case. Bridge to Turbo is going to take around 9 hours. Oh, yeah, because it's the final case. Yeah, if there's a 5th case, then 100%. I expect that one to be very long. I mean, the last case of every game usually is pretty long. So I'm expecting this game to be like maybe 3 parts left. Like, if you're saying the 4th case is like a short case, and then the 5th case is going to be like the usual full-length last case, then I'm expecting probably 3 streams of this for sure. And then, I'm not sure. I think I know which ones we're going to do next. I'm not going to do Apollo Justice next. I think I know which Phoenix Wright game we'll do next, but it's not going to be Apollo Justice. We'll wait on that trilogy for a bit, because I'd want to do those ones back to back. And 1, I don't actually have those games yet. And 2, there's other Phoenix Wright games that I also want to play. So we'll probably, after this game is complete, we'll be changing it up a bit instead of going straight into Ace Attorney 4. But I'm looking forward to playing those ones, because those are going to be, like, really new. Because, like, I've only ever seen gameplay, aside from playing through Professor Layton, I've only ever seen gameplay of these 3 games. I don't even know anything about Apollo Justice. I've seen maybe 2 characters in Apollo Justice, and they were out of context on YouTube videos. I know Apollo Justice, and I know some, like, guitar guy. Some rock star looking guy. That's about it. I don't even know who they are. So I'm looking forward to playing those games, but there's also other games I'm looking forward to playing too, so we'll probably do those first. But that's later. We still have 2 more cases of this to go. But in the meantime, that will definitely be it for today. It's been a while since I've done a 9-hour stream, but you know what? Get used to it, because come the end of the month, there's going to be a lot of those 9-hour streams. Most likely. Otherwise, yeah, that'll be it for today. I will be back, I guess, later today, since it is very well into Friday, with some Minecraft, the usual weekly Minecraft. And then we will continue Phoenix Wright next Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. I don't have any reason not to stream Tuesday this time. Usually don't do this on Thursdays, so next stream will definitely be on Tuesday. And if it's a shorter case, then maybe I'll try and make sure we get enough time to actually do the full thing at once. I think that would make sense if it's as short as it sounds. But thank you all for watching tonight. Thank you all for hanging out for this 9-hour stream and seeing this all the way through the end. Have a good night / morning / whatever you want to call it at this point. And I will see you all next time.